Announcements done. Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following PNQ address to the Honourable Prime Minister, whether in regard to the exercise of sovereignty by Mauritius over the Chagos Archipelago, he will state where matters stand as to the negotiations for an agreement with the United Kingdom.
Speaker, let me first of all thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for giving me the opportunity to clarify matters on this issue, because lots of rumours are also going on. As the House is aware, on the eve of the dissolution of the National Assembly, that is on the 3rd of October of last year, Mauritius and the United Kingdom issued a joint statement confirming that after 13 rounds of negotiations, they had reached a political agreement on the exercise of sovereignty over the Chagos Archipelago. Madam Speaker, immediately after I became Prime Minister, I received a letter from the British Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Sir Keir Starmer, informing me that he proposes to send his special envoy, Mr. Jonathan Powell, to Mauritius to discuss these matters. I had a meeting on the 15th of November 2024 with local officials in order to take stock of the status of the negotiations between Mauritius and the United Kingdom. And because since the contents of the negotiations, which had taken place, that is, since November 2022, were unknown to the new government, absolutely unknown. So I immediately asked for an independent review of the confidential draft agreement that we had just been made aware of. This is why I asked also that Mr. Jonathan Powell delays his arrival in Mauritius so I have time to look at what was in the document. Madam Speaker, the British Prime Minister sent his political envoy, Mr. Jonathan Powell, to meet with me on the 25th of November 2024. And he briefed me on the situation to date. And I had told him that we were a bit surprised that the agreement was made on the eve of the dissolution of Parliament. We in the opposition were not aware of anything, and only what we could see, what was happening in the House of Commons. Anyway, following the completion, I said I have to look at the document, analyze it, and see what's in it. Following the completion of the independent review, the opinion submitted by the legal advisors was considered by an interministerial committee chaired by me and comprising the Deputy Prime Minister, the Attorney-General, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade. Madam Speaker, following the letter which the British Prime Minister addressed to me on the 12th of November 2024, and the meeting which I had with Mr. Jonathan Powell, a delegation of senior officials from the United Kingdom came to Mauritius from the 9th to the 12th of December 2024 for discussions with the Mauritian authorities. Apart from meetings which were held between senior officials, that is from Mauritius and the UK, the head of the UK delegation also called upon me. During the discussions, Mauritius made it clear that while it was still willing to conclude an agreement with the United Kingdom, the draft agreement which was shown to us after the general elections is one which, in our view, would not produce the benefits that the nation could expect from such an agreement. Mauritius accordingly submitted counter-proposals to the United Kingdom so that an agreement which is in the best interest of Mauritius can be concluded. The response of the United Kingdom to our counter-proposals was received on the 16th of December 2024, and these counter-proposals were again considered by the Interministerial Committee, which I just mentioned. Therefore, on the 31st of December 2024, Mauritius submitted its response to the United Kingdom and suggested that parties meet in London in January 2025. A delegation led by the Attorney-General proceeded to the United Kingdom to discuss the issues which were raised by us. The talks reached an advanced stage, and the Attorney-General returned earlier than expected to brief me. As a result, a special cabinet meeting was called on the 15th of January 2025 to discuss the progress made. However, early on that day, before the cabinet meeting, we were informed by the United Kingdom that in view of the imminent change in the administration in the United States of America, they would look for the views of the new administration before signing the agreement between Mauritius and the United Kingdom on the Chagos Archipelago. Notwithstanding this unilateral decision of the United Kingdom to postpone matters, a Mauritius delegation, led again by the Attorney-General, went to the United Kingdom for further discussions with the UK in London on the 16th and 17th of January, as was planned. When the Attorney-General met with his British counterpart, Lord Hermer, and the United Under-Secretary of State, Stephen Doughty, they both assured him on the commitment of the UK government to signing the agreement between Mauritius and the United Kingdom. At that stage, Mauritius and the United Kingdom had the final agreement, ready to be signed. The Attorney-General has kept in touch with the Foreign Office, and we are awaiting developments on the UK side. Madam Speaker, I've had a telephone conversation last Friday with the British Prime Minister on the way forward. He rang me, and the British Prime Minister informed me that he intends to push ahead with the agreement reached between Mauritius and the United Kingdom on the Chagos Archipelago. We remain confident that it will reach a speedy resolution in the coming weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Having listened to the Honourable Prime Minister, I believe we understand that the stark reality is that, as at today, we do not have an agreement with the UK government. On avait cru voir la lumière au bout du tunnel avec l'accord du 3 octobre de l'année dernière, mais j'ai comme l'impression que cette lumière est en train de s'éteindre. Can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, because he mentioned that in his statement he made to the House on the 17th December last year, and he mentioned that also in his reply, that he had received response from the UK government with regard to counter-proposals that our government made. Can the Honourable Prime Minister provide the House with details of the counter-proposal?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thought the leader of the... First of all, let me say something, because he made reference to it, that the light was darkening or whatever. The agreement that the former Prime Minister agreed with the UK was a sellout. We could not agree to it. We would never agree to it. That is something that must be clear. That is why, otherwise, we signed it. We didn't agree with it. It was so bad, I don't want to go into the details, but if you ask me, I will, that we said, no way. Sovereignty was the biggest issue. It had to be unambiguous, undiluted, that we have full sovereignty, not only on the Chagos, but including Diego Garcia. That was not in the agreement. The second point, the agreement was for an agreement for 99 years, and then unilaterally, the British would decide on an extension of that agreement for 40 years. We had no say in it. We disagreed completely. It cannot be that an agreement is signed for 99 years, and then the British on their own would decide they will renew the agreement. We have no say in it. We totally disagreed with this. We said, no, we have to have a say. Both parties must be able to discuss. And thirdly, the agreement, the package that was negotiated, that was the third issue, was very badly negotiated. So that is why we said, no, we have to renegotiate, and see whether we can come to an agreement. And I'm confident that we'll come to an agreement. I must say something else, Madam Speaker. I said in my answer that unilaterally the British decided that they will want now to wait for President Trump to become president. I must say the Deputy Prime Minister, many times, I also supported that. That why are we afraid of President Trump coming to as if he will tear the agreement? We find it, in fact, it was a bit better, let him have a look. If it's a good agreement, why would he not agree? Let us see. So that is the situation, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Want another bite?
Yes, of course. The Honourable Prime Minister raised two issues which is still under discussion. Three issues, actually. The first one is with regard to sovereignty. The second one is with regard to the duration of the lease. And the third one is with regard to the financial package being proposed by the UK government. With regard to the first one, can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether there has been changes concerning the exercise of sovereign rights granted on Diego Garcia and the conditions attached to?
Yes, indeed, there have been changes. The British agreed. We insisted that the sovereignty issue is the crucial issue, is the most important, not the financial package, but the sovereignty issue. This is a battle that started long ago. Now we are about to reach it. We insisted that it be clear that we have complete sovereignty on the Chagos, including Diego. That the British agreed to, and this has been changed.
So we understand that this has been changed. With regard to the duration of the lease, is it still 99 years now or less than 99 years?
I remember the Leader of the Opposition, maybe he's not aware because all this was done in secrecy. Even the officials, Madam Speaker, were not aware what the agreement was. They went to London, but they were asked to leave the room. Only the former Prime Minister and the British Prime Minister spoke. And this is why the deal is like what it is. He had agreed to 99 years plus an extension where the British would decide themselves that they want to extend the lease and we would have to accept. This also we disagreed. We said no, not on the extension. The extension has to be agreed with both parties. It cannot be unilateral from the British. And I'm glad to inform the Leader of the Opposition that also the British have agreed.
So this is good news, Honourable Prime Minister. Now, may I ask the Prime Minister with regard to the financial support given by the government of the UK, first to Mauritius and second to the Sagusians. Have we finalized also on that issue?
I'm not in a position to give details, but let me say something. That package was very badly negotiated. I can't understand how. It seems somebody who didn't know mathematics had negotiated, who didn't know that inflation existed, that had negotiated. They had agreed to a package that for 99 years, but not inflation-proof. But no, the exchange rate, because it's in dollars, the exchange rate would be fixed once and then on the loss in the 99 years. How can that be? Any ordinary sixth form, fifth form student would agree that inflation exists. We have to be inflation-proof. What's the point of getting money and then having half of it by the end? This is what would happen. We have made the calculation. So that also we did not agree, and we wanted also front-loading. Some of the money had to be front-loaded, and that also is being agreed to, I think.
So do I understand from the Honourable Prime Minister that now all issues have been cleared and we have an agreement with the government of UK?
That is not what the Prime Minister said, as far as I can hear. But Prime Minister, please, maybe you want to reply.
You're absolutely right, Madam Speaker. I explained that we had come to this agreement, ready to sign on that basis. But as we had said ourselves, the Deputy Prime Minister repeatedly said that President Trump is not a wolf. Let him see if the agreement is good or not good. And we also agreed. Now the British, late in the day, decided that yes, it's better to let the new administration have a look. And this is what the situation is.
Il est peut-être déguisé en loup. Il est peut-être déguisé en loup.
I'll get to President Trump later, Madam Speaker. Can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether Mr. Olivier Bancoult, the President of the Chagos Refugee Group, has been regularly briefed on discussions on the agreement and whether he had attended meetings chaired by the Honourable Prime Minister?
First of all, let me say that he was briefed, both by myself and the Deputy Prime Minister. I saw him even recently. And again, we had spoken because he was also wondering what was happening. But he was not in the meeting. The meeting, the British decided it would be Mauritius government and the UK government.
Now, since I've mentioned Olivier Bancoult and the Chagos Refugee Group, will the Honourable Prime Minister be able to inform the House whether, with regard to resettlement and financial compensations for the Chagosians, we have reached an agreement on that issue, that is resettlement of the Chagosians on the archipelago?
We have, Madam Speaker, also there's a special fund which has been earmarked just for the Chagosians. That also is there. That was negotiation before, it is still the same. But we have also, I must also say to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, I'm going to the African Union meeting that is being held in Addis. I have asked Mr. Bancoult to accompany me because we need to tell our African brothers what is happening about the lost decolonization in Mauritius.
Yeah, let me ask a question in relation to what you have just said. You have had a phone conversation with the Honourable Prime Minister of the UK. President Trump now is in office. Do we have a time frame with regard to the issue of Chagos now?
Madam Speaker, the President has just been elected, the American President. I'm not in a position to impose a timetable on him. He will have to look at it when he has other issues at the moment, just like we had at the very beginning, we're still having. And we will then start the negotiations or whatever.
Honourable Prime Minister, in your reply, you stated that there has been an independent review of the draft agreement by a team of legal advisors. Can you inform the House, the person comprising that team?
Yes. The person, it was, of course, there was the Attorney-General. Then there's a former Solicitor General, Mr. Luren Debi, was present. There was Mr. Milan Mitarban, who is a constitutionalist lawyer who knows about the problem of Chagos. There was also the civil servants from the firm, Mrs. Martin, who knows Chagos. But for legal team, specifically yours for legal team, there was the legal team here, but also I took international expert from a firm called Withers. They were advising because they know also of the problem. Remember, I'm the one who took Mr. Brownlee, QC, as the first barrister to look at Chagos. And then I'm the one who took Mr. engaged Mr. Philip Sands to continue the negotiation. So that is what we're doing.
Since you mentioned Professor Sands, can you inform the House whether he still forms part of the legal team?
We've had, I think the Attorney General had a meeting with him, but no, he's not in the legal team. We have to have a new legal team. Professor Sands was part of the team which made the previous deal. So we are looking at it with a pair of fresh eyes.
Madam Speaker, I've put this question because Professor Sands have been dealing with this case since 2008, and as you said, you appointed him. And I understand that in this situation that the Honourable Prime Minister mentioned, Professor Sens was not informed that his services were no more required and that there was no proper handing over between Professor Sens and the new legal team.
In fact, may I tell the Honourable Leader of the Opposition that Professor Sen's contract expired on the 31st of December 2024. After that, I wrote a letter to him to thank him for his services and to keep in touch.
The Honourable Member from, fourth member from Port Louis North has asked. Otherwise, you won't have time because time is almost up.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, may I ask the Prime Minister? He mentioned 2 delegations going early January. May we know the composition of both delegations, the first delegation and the second delegation that went to London?
There was, as I said, there was the Attorney-General, the former Solicitor General, Mr. Mitaban. I think Martin was in the first one, but not in the second one. That's it.
Okay. Yes, time is
Please, I'll make
almost
fast.
up. Yes.
Madam Speaker, the UK Foreign Secretary, in a statement to the House of Commons on the 7th of October, he said the following, that with regard to this agreement, a treaty and a bill will be submitted to the UK Parliament for scrutiny. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister to inform the House as to the way forward for Mauritius once an agreement is reached between Mauritius and the UK? Will it be, as it is in the UK, scrutinized by Parliament?
Should have asked this question to the former Prime Minister. Why did he come to an agreement all in Katimini and nobody knew about it? Nobody knew.
You have not answered my question. Can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister to inform the House in the event that no agreement is reached or that President Trump and the US are not favourable to Mauritius obtaining sovereignty over the Chagos Archipelago, what will be his next course of action?
Let us not cross the bridge before we reach the bridge. Let us reach the bridge and then we'll cross it.
I think that is the end of that very important issue. Okay, so now we move to questions to the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Members, the table has been advised that PQB 9 will be replied by the Honourable Minister of Public Service and Administrative Reforms. Our Honourable Second Member for Flac and Bon Accueil, Mr. Bichuk, yes?
Madame la Présidente, B1.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Ministry of Finance that on the basis of a survey carried out, 78 special purpose vehicles had been set up over the period 2015 to 2024. And in that, it comprises 69 state-owned companies and 9 special funds. But in all 78, the outstanding debt of these state-owned companies at the end of December 2024 stood at some 33.6 billion rupees. 33.6 billion rupees. It represents 4.8% of our GDP, Madam Speaker. As for the list of the companies, including the special funds and the outstanding debt at the end of December 2024, is being tabled because it is a long list and we don't have all the information yet.
Yes, Mr. Bichuk.
Does the Honourable Prime Minister intend to come with a law regulation that would make all these SPVs accountable to Parliament, because they've been operating in total opacity till date?
This is why I tell people, some people are impatient. We need to do all this. They will have to account every penny that has been spent or stolen or whatever has to be accounted for.
Yes, yes. Honourable third member for Grand B, Poudre d'Or. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by that the Commission of Prerogative of Mercy has, for the period of from 2015 to 2024, received 7,109 petitions for grant of pardon, out of which 4,599 have been acceded to. Information indicating the names of the persons granted pardon and the offence in respect in which conviction was secured is being compiled and will be placed in the library of the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, the House will appreciate and concede that the question covers a relatively long period of time and implies compiling a list of thousands of names of convicted persons who for the past 10 years have applied to the Commission on the Prerogative of Mercy and who have benefited from its decisions. The list, as I said, will be circulated when the exercise is completed, but some indication of cases of notorious reputation have already been flagged in the media, which has provoked widespread criticism. Of these, the infamous case of one Chandra Prakash Singh Dip, found guilty in a case of fraud and sentenced to 1 year imprisonment. Here, the Commission intervened to substitute the prison sentence by a fine of 100,000 rupees, 100,000 rupees. This was a case where the Commission delivered a decision whilst a stay order of the judgment was enforced against the convicted individual, that is Mr. Dip, and it was therefore under judicial controls. Never happened before. While the judiciary says, hold on, the Commission of Prerogative of Mercy decided that, no, we don't have to wait for the judiciary. And that convicted individual, as we know, happened to be the son of the former Commissioner of Police. And it was easy for the public to draw its own conclusion and express the disgust and of such an over-defiance of the judicial system. This case was another scandalous legacy left by the previous regime. And we need to make sure that this doesn't happen again. That is what we have to make sure. We need now to retain two fundamental points from this state of affairs. First, this was a clear case of violation of the principle of separation of powers, whereby the powers of the judiciary have been outrageously usurped by the executive by a clique in power. This is what happened here. You scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. I'll keep your secrets, you keep my secrets. This is what happened. Secondly, the Commission on the Prerogative of Mercy, through its conduct, was perceived by the public as blatantly lacking independence. Again, we had very good people in the past, but this is what happened this time. It was perceived as yet another striking illustration of the decay of our public institutions under the previous regime, Madam Speaker. This episode showcases the harm which an irresponsible executive can cause to a country, going to the extent of perverting the course of justice to satiate the totalitarian state of a petty dictator. Madam Speaker, we will revisit how the Commission is set up and how it should function to prevent such a repeat of such a scandalous matter.
Yes. Honourable third member for Bobassa, which is here.
B3, Madame la Présidente.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, driving under the influence of drugs is a major concern and contributes to road accidents resulting in fatalities. More and more, this is the case. In regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that from the 1st of January 2024 to the 30th of January 2025, 13 drivers involved in road accidents were tested positive for drugs. 2 of these accidents were fatal. I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that inquiries into the 13 cases are ongoing. As for Part B of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that several measures are being undertaken by the police to deter the use of drugs by drivers, and some of these measures are as follows. First of all, from the 1st of January, there were 2,771 public campaigns focusing on the dangers of both drink and drug driving have been carried out. They carried out in malls, in public places, traffic centers, and in schools. Secondly, delivery of lectures to private companies on safe driving and behavior on the road. Thirdly, patrols are being carried out. They have been increased on a regular basis. Fourth, 3,378 targeted operations were carried out during the period January 2024 to 30th of January 2025 in order to track road traffic offenders, including those who have consumed drugs. From the 1st of January, from that time, 1,146 drivers have been booked for driving under influence of drug or intoxicating substances. Over the last weekend, some 18,258 vehicle checks were conducted, out of which 3,900 contraventions were established and 1,286 fixed penalties were issued. Furthermore, 54 drivers were tested positive for alcohol and 14 drivers positive for drug consumption. Madam Speaker, I'm also informed that the Ministry of Land Transport is in parallel conducting a sensitization campaign on the NBC TV, radio, and other media platforms on the dangers of drink and drug consumption and driving. Madam Speaker, my government is very much concerned about the overall damage caused by drugs on individuals and public at large, including road accidents and, as you said, involving drug-impaired drivers. We are committed to ensure the safety of all road users and will relentlessly fight against the scourge of drugs in our society. Government intends to have a thorough review of the whole issue of road safety and penalty points. And the penalty points will be reintroduced. They should never have been stopped. Reintroduced, but we're going to look at it in a global manner. In some places, there need not be on motorways cameras forcing drivers to suddenly brake. All this will be looked at. We're having an expert to look at this, this is what I had to say. I could also say that we're looking at people from outside to come and have a look.
Yes, yes, Mr.
Madame la Présidente, le Premier ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre, de ces 13 cas qu'il a mentionnés, combien sont liés à la consommation de cannabis, combien à la consommation de drogue de synthèse et combien à la consommation de cocaïne, héroïne ou autre type de drogue?
The information I have is not detailing which drug was used, but I can say 13 were tested positive.
Président, dernière question. Le Premier ministre est certainement au courant des dégâts causés par les drogues de synthèse qui sont facilement accessibles aux jeunes dans les coins et recoins du pays. De ce fait, le gouvernement compte-t-il imposer des mesures pour que les chauffeurs de transport public qui ont la vie de milliers de Mauriciens entre leurs mains soient systématiquement soumis à des contrôles avant de prendre la route?
Yes, as I say, we are looking at it globally. All this will happen, but may I remind the Honourable Member that the previous regime, look what happened. Drug erupted in the country, in schools. Young children were taking drugs. This never happened before. But anyway, whatever has happened, we're going to look at this, and I should perhaps add, we take it so seriously that we're having a special agency, and I'm appointing Mr. Sam Lutan, who knows the issue very well, as he will be like a czar for drugs. He will be in my office, but he will be the chairperson of that national agency.
Thank you, Prime Minister. The Honourable Third Member for Pamplemousses and Triolet.
Madam Speaker, before.
Madam Speaker, the World Drug Report of 2023 warned of a proliferation of supply, demand, and use of synthetic drugs, as well as an increase in substance use disorders. As per the report, the number of people using drugs has increased by 11% globally, but by as much as 40% in Africa. That is in 2023. Madam Speaker, in response to the growing threats posed by synthetic drugs, the United States launched the Global Coalition to address synthetic drug threats aimed to accelerate international efforts to tackle this rising crisis. As part of the Global Coalition initiative, the government of the United States provided funding to the UNODC to conduct a detailed assessment of the threats posed by synthetic drugs. This project also evaluated national and regional capacities of 6 East African countries, namely Kenya, Madagascar, Seychelles, Tanzania, Uganda, and Mauritius was included in that, to implement key actions outlined in the UNODC synthetic drug strategy. A validation workshop was held from 25th to 27th September 2024 in Nairobi. This report, which has yet to be finalized, it is expected to be released in March. As part of the assessment in July 2024, the UNODC conducted a study on synthetic drugs in Mauritius, specifically in Mauritius. And some of the main findings of the UNODC report are as follows. First of all, among the 6 countries that I named, Mauritius has been identified as the leading user of synthetic cannabinoids. Mauritius is the leading one. Drug rehabilitation efforts within the public sector remain severely limited. Rehabilitation. Although methadone, this is what the report says, although methadone treatment is available, and I remind the House, methadone was introduced when I was Prime Minister. When the new government came in 2014, the minister then decided, no, methadone is not important. I know an expert from Reunion Island expressed his views on that. That is a big mistake. And then later on, they had to reintroduce the methadone. Now, it says, although methadone treatment is available, other forms of treatment remain underdeveloped and inadequate. And last, I think it says psychological support and interventions, including traditional medicine, where available, needs further strengthening. With limited resources and insufficient follow-up strategies, many individuals either fail to complete the inpatient treatment or relapse after finishing it. Madam Speaker, the threat posed by synthetic cannabis and other drugs in Mauritius was already highlighted in the Global Organized Crime Index of 2023, which measures 15 criminal markets, including drug markets across 193 member states. And in that report, out of the 193, Mauritius was ranked at the 7th place with regard to synthetic drug market, behind South Africa among this area. However, in spite of Mauritius forming part of the US Global Coalition since November 2023, the previous government allowed the situation to worsen. Nothing was done, as usual. It has failed to fully leverage the benefits and resources available through the coalition to strengthen the country's response. Madam Speaker, as stated in the government program, which was just read by His Excellency the President, the fight against drug trafficking and the use will be one of the major priorities of this government. Let me reiterate the action that my government intends to take to deal with this. Additional resources will be provided to the police, not just resources, not just spending money. These people have to be trained to know how to tackle the problem, to increase their capacity to deal efficiently. Bold measures will be adopted to end the suffering of families and society in general. We also said a select committee of the National Assembly will be appointed in the near future to look into the ways and means to address this problem of drugs. Government will develop and implement a comprehensive action plan for a more efficient and effective response. The legal provisions in respect of trafficking, consumption, and treatment of drug addicts will be reviewed to cater inter alia for differentiated treatment of traffickers and consumers. And government, as I mentioned just now, will set up a national drug policy monitoring and coordination agency that will bring together various public bodies all under one roof to to combat drug trafficking, provide rehabilitation and support to families of victims of drug abuse, all under one roof. This is why I mentioned, when I mentioned Mr. Sam Luton, who is former minister, to be the chairperson of this agency. We will also ensure, Madam Speaker, that actions being taken to combat the drugs are aligned with the recommendations of the UNODC report.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Yes?
Madam Speaker, can the Honourable Prime Minister advise if the said study indicate if the problem of drugs is concentrated in certain regions of Mauritius, or whether this is eating the whole of our future as a whole?
From what I see so far, Madam Speaker, it is a national problem, not just in one region, but a national problem.
Yes, thank you. The Honourable Member, fourth member, for Port-Louis North and Mont-Talon.
B5, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for this question, as it gives me an opportunity to let the police and the country at large to see what kind of shenanigans the previous regime resorted to, thereby causing untold justice and demoralizing the police force. The very important person security unit is a specialized unit, as you know. In the context of filling of vacancies in that unit, officers are assigned higher duties, that is, to the next rank above their current substantive capacity for a period of 6 months. Such officers may be considered for promotion in the substantive capacity only after having satisfactorily completed the 6 months assignment. In the event they are transferred to other divisions or branches of the Mauritius Police Force during the 6-month period, the assignment of duties lapses. Now, Madam Speaker, I wish to point out that in December 2014, shortly after the new government came to power, 21 police officers posted to the very important person security unit, 21, and who had been assigned higher duties were reverted to the former ranks, 21, immediately. I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that from the 10th of November 2024 to the 30th of January 2025, 47 police officers posted to that unit and who were assigned higher duties on the 24th of August 2024, that is just prior to the election, were transferred to other divisions and branches of the police force. As they were transferred before the completion of the 6-month period of that unit, the assignment of higher duties have lapsed. But I wish to inform the House and the Honourable Member that since 2015, several officers attached to the VIPSU unit have benefited from accelerated promotions, superseding other very deserving officers. Juniors were favoured over more experienced and senior officers. It was a blatant injustice to members of the police force under the previous regime. Everything was politicized. There are some very able police officers in the VIPSU. Not only their juniors went over their head, they were downgraded. What they had already received been downgraded. And then the juniors were given accelerated promotion, 1, 2, 3, even 4 promotions during that period. These injustices, Madam Speaker, will have to be addressed and corrected.
Yes?
You will allow me 2 supplementaries on this.
Yes, please.
Yes, firstly, Madam Speaker, is the Prime Minister aware that there are police officers who have had, reckoning 27 years of service as sergeant, promoted to inspector, in fact were appointed to the unit under his first tenure as Prime Minister? There are officers with 20 years of service appointed on your second tenure as Prime Minister, again sergeant promoted to inspector. They've been stripped off of their promotion, the most unfairly, a few days after the Prime Minister took office.
What you should look at, I suppose the Honourable Member doesn't know. I'll just explain how injustices were performed. Now, if a police officer who has been appointed gets accelerated promotion and becomes, in other words, is senior to somebody who was already senior, who has been downgraded, we have to correct the injustice. That is what happened.
I'm sure the Prime Minister will realize that 27 years as a sergeant promoted to inspector is not accelerated.
This is not a question.
Yes. Madam Speaker, the question is, the Prime Minister recalls the 21 VIPSUs being promoted in 2014. This is why the Prime Minister gave the assurance on the 22nd of September at Triolet in a meeting on his own volition that he gave the guarantee that no police officers would be transferred and stripped of promotions, and that same had happened to him. He gave that word, and yet a few days later, after being elected, these poor police officers have been stripped of their promotion. My question is to the Prime Minister, whether in considering his own word that has been given prior to the election, he will not remedy the injustice that he has himself been aware of prior to that.
But the Honourable Member doesn't say. Not all the police officers who had a promotion are being stripped of. Not all. I mentioned the figures here. But when we are looking at what has happened, we have to take corrective measures. And I'm telling you one thing, I will not stand for injustice in the police force. We have to correct the injustices that happened. It happened, unfortunately for them.
One last one, yes.
The Honourable Prime Minister might at least, for those officers, again, that haven't had fast promotions tracking, that haven't jumped ahead of their junior colleagues, more senior colleagues, if at least he could give consideration to those officers to restore their promotion. As I said, at least 2 cases of those appointed under you to the VIPSU have been promoted recently and stripped of. Whether he will at least give consideration to cases that look to be genuine.
I'll give you an example to the Honourable Member. He keeps saying appointed under me. Do you know that one of the VIPSU who was in the car behind me, who I promoted through the police, discipline forces, he was given that promotion to be behind the Prime Minister. It's a great privilege. Do you know what he did? He is the one who went and told the MSM leaders that the police didn't do proper search in my home. There's another safe. The police came through his declaration. He went to see the then Commissioner of Police and the former Prime Minister. And they came to my home. They had already turned my home upside down. Everywhere. All the drawers had been thrown, everything upside down. They came again. I asked the policeman, why are you coming again? You've done this job 2 days ago. He said, I can't tell you, but I will tell you in a minute. He didn't want to say in front of other people. And then he told me, the guy who was in your car, you had promoted, this is what he has done. Do you want me to just stay quiet and say, okay, Jaide? No, sir. This is gone. We will take action. We will take action. I know who he is. But we will take action. We have to correct these injustices and these traitors. They have a duty to be with the former Prime Minister. With me at the time I was former Prime Minister, and this is what they did. And you think I will just sit down and accept? No, I will not.
Your next question,
B6.
B6.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I shall reply to Parliamentary Question B6 and B15 together as they relate to the same issue. Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member again for giving me the opportunity of informing the House of recent developments in connection with the very, very disturbing practices resorted to by the last government to spy on our citizens, everyone. You will be shocked. In view of the importance of this matter, Madam Speaker, I crave your indulgence and that of the House for taking a little bit more time to give a comprehensive reply. Madam Speaker, the protection of the freedom of expression of any person is enshrined in Section 12 of our Constitution. Let me quote Section 12 of the Constitution. Except with his own consent, no person shall be hindered in the enjoyment of his freedom of expression, that is to say, freedom to hold opinions and to receive and import ideas and information without interference and freedom from interference with his correspondence. It is therefore crystal clear, Madam Speaker, that phone tapping constitutes a breach of our fundamental human rights, and it is particularly an intrusion onto the right of privacy. Now, the whole nation was shocked. I'm sure some members of the opposition too might have been shocked when it came to know in October of last year, through the Moustache leaks, that private telephone conversations of individuals, key government officials, political opponents, as well as even members of the judiciary, diplomatic missions, were being listened to by the MSM government. As soon as I became Prime Minister, I considered that it was an urgent priority to investigate the nature and extent of the surveillance, to investigate the techniques and activities employed by the previous regime to spy on its own citizens, and to take swift action to render them inoperable. I tell people, many people are impatient. We have priority. This is a priority. I had to stop this phone bugging, listening to people's conversation, to be absolutely sure that this was being done. On dit, le chat ne boit pas du chaud de fois. Ça m'est arrivé avant. So to be absolutely sure that this was being done, I invited international experts, real experts, to carry out a thorough investigation together with senior members of the police force and the Commissioner of Police. I have to inform the House that the results of these preliminary investigations have been nothing short of shocking. The initial conclusions are as follows, and as I said, they are breathtaking, to say the least. I haven't shared this with most people except the Deputy Prime Minister. The MSM government, believe it or not, Madam Speaker, did not only do phone tapping of certain high-profile members of the opposition, or even others say, even its own ministers, even its own allies, including the PMSD. They were listening. What happened to you with the car accident? All this they have listened to. Who said who to tell you to do this, not to do that? All this, I can tell you. They even went further, Madam Speaker. This is what is most shocking even. Even that is shocking. But they conducted mass surveillance. Mass surveillance. They had multiple sites, not one site, multiple sites where this was being done. What this means, Madam Speaker, that the government, the last government, put in place systems to monitor and intercept calls and internet traffic in the country. This is what's called mass interception. Let me quote what the experts say. The system put in place, I'm quoting, is a highly sophisticated mass monitoring tool for state surveillance of the people of Mauritius. In other words, what I'm saying, it's not just me or the Deputy Prime Minister or members of the opposition. Everyone, including allies, including ministers, including members of the judiciary. This means that every mobile conversation, I'm putting stress on every mobile conversation, every landline call, every post on WhatsApp, on Facebook, on Signal, on TikTok, every email, everyone, I'm saying, not just us, everyone was being monitored by the government. Do you realize what this means? It's a massive, massive monitoring. Every piece of digital data communicated by a citizen to every other citizen in this country was diverted. Everything you're saying was diverted to this government system for storage and subsequent analysis and exploitation. When Judo came and approached the leader of the PMSD, he says through this, that they knew what was happening. The system had the capacity to intercept and store all communications on the island. All. Not just some select cases. All. Journalists as well. Journalists as well. All this costs a lot of money, and of course, it was the public that was paying, not them, public. As our nation was groaning, was suffering under financial strain, on facing, each one had a problem in each household, we know, the cost of living. What were they and the hangmen engaged upon? Spying on all the Mauritians, all of them, all the people you see here. I've been on the phone, including you, Madam Speaker. Everyone. Even if you were not in politics, where you were being listened to. So far, for the cost, we have uncovered payments in connection with these systems. Listen to this carefully. You know how much? Over $110 million for this system. People are complaining about the cost of living. They're having difficulty to make ends meet. Here the government, the previous regime, spent so far I said, it's probably going to be more. $110 billion US spent on this. A company based in Dubai, I'll name it, Petzl, named in Dubai, was being paid to service the system, the equipment. How much do you think? How much could servicing a system cost? I'll tell you, $7.5 million per year. How is that possible? How can you spend millions of dollars? What it means is that some of that money went into the pockets of some people. That's what it means, because it can't cost that much. I'm sure all members of this House, every Mauritian, will feel as I do. When I learned of this, a sense of revulsion and disgust at what the priorities of the previous government of the MSM and its leader were. These were the priorities. And now they're jumping, they think they will get elected again. I should add, Madam Speaker, that when international experts, who, as I said, were accompanied by the Mauritius Police Force, sought to establish what information had been gathered, they found that the stations had been wiped clean. And when wiped clean? We know. As the results of the election were coming in, this is when they were cleaning everything. It shows to me that they thought they will win the election. I don't know in what tower they were living. But when they realized that they're losing the election, while people started with their flags, very happy that we have been relieved of these maggots, here they are cleaning their mess. They were wiping clean everything. But let me give a word of warning, because this is being done other places too. We are aware. We are aware of what's happening at the State Bank. For example, we are aware of a few other places. Let me give a word of warning, Madam Speaker. The experts, they are real experts. Whatever you clean, they will be able to retrieve the information. They are able. That's why I know. Information that have been cleaned, supposedly. We know now. We have them. We will identify those who destroy evidence. As the Attorney-General and other lawyers know, it is a criminal offense, and it carries heavy penalties. They think they will wipe out and we will not know. I can assure the House, they will have to bear the consequences of the deeds. They will feel the full force of the law, and we will see whether we don't have to strengthen the law for these people. I agree, we will have to. In fact, by attempting to destroy evidence, they are worsening the situations. They have been warned, take your responsibility. If you want to go and destroy evidence, go and destroy it if you want. We will get the evidence. I'm pretty sure of that now. Madam Speaker, the task of sifting through this squalid rubble and debris left by this mafiosi regime, which was utterly devoid of moral scruples, who ignored what the Constitution said, we will continue until the whole truth is known to the nation. As far as for the last part of the question, I can tell the House and the whole nation that I've asked an end to be put to the secret surveillance installed by these undemocratic and perverse group which have practiced a blatant state capture and confiscated our liberty. This is what the election was about, liberty and unity. This should never be allowed to happen again. I can confirm what the experts said, and I'm quoting, all equipment have been catalogued, shut down, and disconnected. The system is now disabled. Nobody is going to listen to what you say. I can assure you. There will, under this government, never be any restoration of mass interception of passengers. Never. I can tell you, both of us have been prime ministers. I'm prime minister again. The deputy prime minister has been prime minister. I can tell you, I was in the opposition. I became prime minister afterwards. Neither of us ever did these undemocratic principles. We never spied on the opponents. Neither he nor me. And we were not together at the time. As these experts describe it, what was being done, and this is also important. They were using the most sophisticated technological equipment for eavesdropping, but they were also making use of the cameras. We've said, remember Osman Mohammed said the camera was pointing at his home. And Sana Root said, well, close your window. The 4th Street were 4 cameras. Only one exit, but 4 cameras. They were using that, and they were using the cameras to monitor. In other words, they knew not only what you were seeing, what you were saying on the phone, but also your movements. That also was being monitored. A mass monitoring tool for state surveillance of every citizen in this country. This is what was happening. Madam Speaker, this government will not be deflected from seeking out the truth and bringing to justice and making accountable to the law those who are responsible for just despicable acts. I can tell the House, I will update the House once I get further report. I'm even prepared to lay the report on the table of the Assembly so that you can see with your eyes what was happening to our country.
I will, Honourable Members, time is already up, but in view of the importance of the question, of course I didn't stop the Prime Minister, so I will also allow one question.
Just one. If you might allow 2, because I have 2 parliamentary questions coming.
Just one.
Well, I'll put it all together then. The Prime Minister said on the 20th of January that he hasn't received assurances that there might not be other systems in use right now, and therefore this is very serious. Not only what the Prime Minister has described as un outil de surveillance massif officiellement installé, but also it appears that the own Prime Minister's line has been taped and subsequently leaked. Is the Prime Minister not now of the opinion that this, perhaps the most important matter regarding privacy, regarding secrets of the Mauritian state, safeguarding those secrets, given that he cannot say if those equipments are still being used according to his interview on the 20th. My question is, the Honourable Prime Minister, that doesn't he deem fit to instate a commission of inquiry to shed the light on, first of all, who has ordered for this system to be put in place? Secondly, the funds that have been paid. Thirdly, who have kept copies of what? Because of what we understand, the data has been deleted. And we must know, yes, the question is, it appears that the data has not been kept in one place and that many persons, more than one, may still have that data because same has been leaked during the campaign. Therefore, the question is, does he not see it as a matter of urgency to set up a commission of inquiry which has already been set up by the previous government and to urgently shed all the light on this whole saga, which, do not forget, has put you in power?
We were put in power.
Members, let the Prime Minister speak.
Madam Speaker, we were put in power because people in this country felt in their guts what was happening and they voted for liberty. Liberty. That's what they voted. And unity. Because the communal campaign went as well, but nobody cared. Mauritians are Mauritians. Un peuple admirable, comme on dit. But I answered the question that you asked. That I have made sure international experts, precisely what I said in January. This is precisely why I got international experts, real experts in the matter, to look at the whole matter and to, I've even quoted what they said, that the system has been disbanded. But as you say, that is why I say it's a preliminary investigation. We can't say at the moment who has got what that they've kept. We will know. Unless they leave the country for good, we will know. If they're here, we will know. These people, you know, Madam Speaker, it's like the scums of the earth. That's what we're dealing with. We ought to rub their face in the gutter where they belong.
Members, time is up now for PMQT. Please, may I speak? I just want to... Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. May I speak? Otherwise I'll have to shout, which I do not want to do. Under PMQT, question B12 and B16 have been withdrawn, okay? Now we proceed with questions addressed to Honourable Ministers. Honourable Members, the table has been advised that PQB28 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity. PQB65 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Local Government. I now call on First Member for La Caverne Phoenix.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B17, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that on the 4th of December 2024, the Executive Secretary of the SADC, the Southern African Development Community, informed me that Level 1 sanctions had been imposed against Mauritius for non-payment of the sum of $11,056,083 USD, which is equivalent to 508,667,161 rupees. Now, these sanctions entail the suspension of Mauritius' right to speak and receive documentation for all SADC meetings, including at senior officials, ministerial, and heads of states and government levels. I further wish to inform the House that although Cabinet under the previous government was informed on 2 occasions, Madam Speaker, in March 2024 and August 2024, that Level 1 sanctions will be imposed on Mauritius if these payments are not made. And despite the fact that provisions had been made in the national budget for financial year 2024-2025 to the tune of 640 million rupees, no payment was made by the previous government. Madam the Speaker, I have so far, unfortunately, received no plausible explanations as to why payment of the overdue contributions were not made by the previous government. I also wish to recall that I assumed duty as Minister of Foreign Affairs regional integration and international trade on the 22nd of November 2024, and could not even participate in the SADC Council of Ministers meeting held virtually on 9th December 2024 due to sanctions imposed on Mauritius. Madam Speaker, with regards to Part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that as at 29th of January 2025, the total amount payable by Mauritius for both SADC mission in Mozambique and SADC mission in DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, stood at 18,259,439 USD. This amount, Madam the Speaker, includes a sum of 2,795,485 USD for the SADC mission in Mozambique for the period between July 2023 and July 2024. Secondly, a sum of 8,260,589 USD for the first mandate of the SADC mission in DRC between December 2023 and December 2024. And thirdly, the sum of 7,203,365 USD for the extended mandate of SADC mission in DRC, that is for the period December 2024 to December 2025. With regards to Section C of the question, Madam the Speaker, I wish to inform the House that on the 30th of January 2025, my ministry transferred the budgeted sum of 11,056,083 USD to the SADC Secretariat in order to honor our financial commitment to SADC. I also wrote a letter to the Executive Secretary of the SADC Secretariat informing him of the payment and calling for an immediate lifting of the sanctions. The SADC Secretariat has acknowledged receipt of the said amount and informed that the sanctions have been lifted. It will be noted that a sum of 7,203,365 USD for the extended mandate of SADC mission in DRC for the period December 2024 to December 2025 remains outstanding, and this amount is due on the 1st of April 2025. Madam the Speaker, I also wish to add that while the situation in Mozambique has stabilized and the SADC mission in Mozambique has been dismantled, the security situation in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo remains volatile. The SADC Extraordinary Summit of the Heads of State and of Government, which was held on the 31st of January 2025 in Harare, the Republic of Zimbabwe, where Mauritius could not once again participate, took note with concern of the recent attacks by the M23 armed group and Rwanda Defense Force on the government forces of DRC, the SADC mission in the DRC, and the civilian population in various areas of North Kivu. The summit expressed concern that the recent attacks continued to worsen the security and humanitarian situation in the DRC. Given the continued instability in the region, it is unlikely that the situation in the DRC will stabilize in the short term. As such, it may not be sustainable for Mauritius to maintain financial contributions to these peacekeeping missions. In this context, Madam the Speaker, Mauritius will engage with the SADC leadership, including the SADC Executive Secretary and the President of Zimbabwe, current SADC chairperson, on the margins of the upcoming African Union Summit in Addis Ababa, where a delegation, which will be led by the Honourable Prime Minister, will attend. These discussions will highlight and reaffirm Mauritius' unwavering commitment to regional solidarity and security, and to explore the possibility of securing a waiver for the remaining balance pertaining to the extended mandate of SADC mission in DRC. Mauritius will also propose that future ad hoc contributions be made voluntary and urge SADC to explore alternative funding mechanisms such as the African Union Peace Fund, to ease the financial burden of small island states like Mauritius. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight that the payment of the contributions to the SADC peacemaking missions were dealt with in a complacent and irresponsible manner by the previous government. As soon as the new government was apprised of the situation, a decision was taken to effect the payment as an utmost urgency to restore the credibility and prestige of Mauritius. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable First Member for Port Louis North and Montaillon.
B18, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, with regards to Part A of the question, the measures taken during the last 10 years to alleviate the water problem in constituency number 4, Port Louis North, Montaillon, are likely to take some time. The list is being compiled and will be tabled in the library of the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, I regret to inform the House that despite the amount of 700 million rupees, 700 million rupees, spent by the Central Water Authority in its pipe replacement program and the reinstatement of some roads following the excavation works carried out in 2024, avant mais aussi in 2024, in constituency number 4, Port Louis North, Montaillon, has been delayed. Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Central Water Authority that there was a shortage of bitumen on the local market between June to September 2024. I am further informed that bids for permanent road reinstatement in the Montaillon were launched by the Central Water Authority in August and September 2024, respectively. However, these two bidding exercises were cancelled due to non-responsive bids. Subsequently, another bids exercise for the north of the tune of 70 million rupees was launched in October 2024. Following evaluation, two bids were found to be responsive and will be awarded shortly. Madam Speaker, for today, I am circulating a list of roads where pipeline and reinstatement work has been carried out in constituency number 4, Port Louis North, Montaillon.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Madam.
I'm shocked, Mr. Honorable Patrick Asivadan, about those millions. Donc, on se pose la question que tout ça, millions-là, finalé pendant toutes ces dernières années. Une question par rapport à l'état de nos routes. Je ne parle pas uniquement pour la circonscription numéro 4, mais pour les 20 circonscriptions à travers l'île, par rapport à l'état de nos routes, les conditions qui sont dans un piteux état.
Honourable Member, I'm sure the Minister will not be able to reply for everything. Your question was on your constituency.
Okay, for my constituency, so.
Of course. So
all
how
the
is he
roads,
going to reply?
alors toutes les routes dans la circonscription est dans un état piteux. Ma question est, ces contracteurs qui ont été contractés par l'ancien régime, est-ce des vrais contracteurs, est-ce des professionnels ou des braconniers? Est-ce que vous comptez les garder en poste? Merci.
Madame la Présidente, je comprends l'irritation de l'honorable membre. Je peux dire que les 700 millions de roupies engloutis par la CWA pendant des années dans ce pipe replacement programme où il n'y a ni queue ni tête. Et je peux vous assurer, l'honorable membre, qu'en ce qui concerne ces 700 millions de roupies, que je qualifierais de dévalisées au nom du peuple mauricien. L'enquête est actuellement confiée à la Financial Crime Commission pour savoir qu'est-ce qui s'est passé avec ces 700 millions de roupies et surtout avec ces tuyaux que vous voyez tout autour du pays, pas enfouis, mais tout autour du pays. L'ancien General Manager du CUB et ce responsable de ces 700 CWA, vont devoir répondre à la justice de ce pays.
Est-ce que le leader de l'opposition, ancien ministre des Utilités publiques, ainsi que l'ancien GM de la Central Water Authority, est-ce qu'ils pourront répondre et dire qui fait une fait que tout ça pas casse là et que tout ça millions là?
Madame la Présidente, l'enquête nous dira ce qu'il faudra faire.
Honourable member, let me speak. Honourable member, I will not tolerate this kind of attitude. I will not tolerate. You have to put your question, await an answer, and then put another question. That's it, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. You wanted to say something? It's question time. It's question time.
Blame the former Minister of Public
You
Utilities.
see,
She
you
has to
opened-
come with a motion to this House, then we'll debate.
Open the floodgate, you see? Now, let's carry on. We got a few minutes left for lunch. Maybe it's because of that we're getting excited. Okay, next person is, I think, from memory. Now, you got me lost. I think my next... Yes. B19 is fourth member for Rodrigues. Yes.
Madam Speaker, B19.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited that as from February 2024, the MV Peros Banos is being used to transport on average 260 containers to Rodrigues per voyage. It has made 27 voyages to Rodrigues in 2024. The MV Trocasia effected 6 voyages in the same year and went for dry docking in Sri Lanka in September 2024. The Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited also enlisted the services of MV Black Rhino, which made 4 voyages in the month of January and February 2024, that is before the arrival of MV Peros Banos. Now, with a view to increasing the supply of commodities to Rodrigues, I'm informed by the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited that as from this month, 1 additional voyage by MV Mauritius Trocasia is being scheduled to Rodrigues monthly, along with 3 other voyages for MV Peros Banos. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that MV Peros Banos can carry an average of 350 containers to Rodrigues. Since its arrival, the vessel has been utilized effectively to transport cargo to Rodrigues. However, due to the depth constraints at Port Maturin, it has only been able to carry on average 260 containers per voyage. The average 350 containers can only be accommodated if the depth of the port is increased.
Thank you, Minister. I will have a last question. Then I will call third member for Vieux-Grand-Port and Rosbel.
Thank you, B20.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Central Water Authority that the contract for a glass-fused steel reservoir at Nouvelle-France was awarded to Pacific Builders on 10 July 2023 for a sum of 48 412 738. Construction work started on the 6th September 2023. The reservoir was put into service on the 17th September 2024. Madam Speaker, as for the Cluny Reservoir, I am informed by the Central Water Authority that tenders for the design and build project for the construction of 1 reinforced concrete reservoir of 3,000 mètres cubes at Cluny and 1 reinforced concrete reservoir of 2,000 mètres cubes at Richarneau were launched in January 2021. The tenders for the construction of both reservoirs were awarded to Sotravic Limited for its total sum of 74,713,000. I'm further informed by the Central Water Authority that the construction of Cluny Reservoir started on the 5th October 2021 and the contractual completion date was le 4 Octobre 2022. The completion date was revised to April 2023, but the date of completion of works was 13 June 2023. Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Central Water Authority that defects were observed in the reservoir when the CWA carried out its first drop test on 6 March 2023. The contractor, that is Sotravic, was thus requested to effect remedial works in accordance with the condition of the contract. Same were completed on in March 2023. The reservoir was put into operation on July 23 and was inaugurated in August, le 17 août 2023, by the then Prime Minister. Handing over was done on the 6th September 2023. During a site visit by officers of the CWA in July 2024, vertical dam patches were visible on the reservoir wall. The contractor was again requested to effect remedial works. The remedial works were undertaken by the contractor and specialist contractor Tusk from the 27 août 2024 to August 2024. In September 2024, the contractor was informed that there will still some patch visible on the reservoir wall despite the repairs works carried out. The contractor was again requested to remedy to the defects. Madam Speaker, I effected a site visit at Cluny Reservoir on 16 January 2025, accompanied by officers of my ministry and CWA, and I have noted the leakages visible on the external wall surface of the reservoir at several places. Madam Speaker, I have requested a full-fledged independent inquiry into the execution of this contract, particularly the quality of work and supervision of the contract. The inquiry team will be required to situate responsibilities and action will be taken as appropriate. Despite his intended purpose, et ça c'est important pour le peuple mauricien, despite this intended purpose and substantial investment involved, plus de 74 millions de roupies, the reservoir remained non-operational at a time when the country is facing a severe water crisis. This failure not only highlights potential mismanagement and oversight lapses, but also raises serious questions about responsibility and the effectiveness of decision-making in such a vital infrastructure project. An urgent and transparent investigation is ongoing to determine the root of cause and causes and hold those accountable for these critical shortcomings.
Yes. Just
view of
one
the,
question.
yes, in view of the significant amount of taxpayers' money spent on the construction of these two reservoirs, which I understand are not, or regrettably not operational, will the Minister inform the House as to what corrective measures have been taken or will be taken by his ministry to make sure that the water supply of those inhabitants are not interrupted?
Madame la Présidente, c'est clair que ce réservoir va devoir être détruit. Il n'y a pas d'autre choix. 25 fissures sur ce réservoir qui a que 16 mois à peu près, avec des millions et des millions investis justement pour répondre à ce que nous vivons actuellement, cette sécheresse. Une enquête est en cours pour situer les responsabilités. Le contracteur va devoir assumer ses responsabilités. Mais moi, ce que j'ai envie de voir, c'est que ceux qui sont responsables dans la Central Water Authority payent les conséquences de ces décisions qui ont été prises dans le temps. Merci, madame.
Now it's time for me to break. We will break for 1.5 hours and we will resume at 2:30 p.m. Please. You may be seated. I am calling on Honourable Third Member for Beaubassin Petite Rivière.
B21, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that upon assuming office, one of the priority issues I addressed was the situation concerning the Judo Federation. To this end, 3 meetings have been held with the President of the Federation. The first 2 meetings were held in December 2024 and January 2025, which I personally chaired, followed by a 3rd meeting involving officials from my ministry. These discussions were aimed at identifying a lasting resolution to the various challenges faced by judo clubs and athletes. With respect to part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that in accordance with the Sport Act, that says a sport arbitration tribunal has been established. This independent body is empowered to adjudicate cases where individuals or entities feel aggrieved by decisions made by National Sport Federation, among others. I would like to report that the tribunal has recently been reconstituted and has already commenced its operation. In this regard, the Mauritius Judo Federation has informed me that the judo club contesting the Federation decision not to consider their affiliation have referred the matter to the tribunal. The Federation has assured my ministry that it will fully comply with the tribunal decision when it is rendered. As regards part B of the question, I would like to apprise the House on the outcomes of the 3 meetings held with the Mauritius Judo Federation. Following these meetings, the Federation has formally communicated the following to my ministry. Pending the tribunal adjudication on the admission of new club, arrangements have been made under Section 3.2 of the Sport Act 2020 says to issue competition licenses to any judoka wishing to participate in events organized by the Federation. Access to the National Dojo for training purposes will be granted to all judoka, provided they adhere to the established code of discipline applicable to all athletes. The Federation has committed to fully abide by any decision reached by the Sport Arbitration Tribunal. Madam Speaker, these measures demonstrate the Ministry's commitment to ensuring fairness, inclusivity, and the smooth functioning of sport governance in Mauritius. I'm tabling a copy of the letter addressed to me by the Federation.
Madame la Présidente, avec votre permission.
Allez-y.
Cela fait 6 ans que cette situation au niveau du judo perdure, Madame la Présidente. 12 clubs qui ont vu leur renouvellement d'affiliation être rejeté et 6 nouveaux clubs qui dont leurs demandes d'affiliation n'ont pas été acceptées, ce qui fait 18 clubs au total. Madame la Présidente, le judo mauricien, jadis dominant dans la région, sur le continent, a très peu brillé ces dernières années. De ce fait, l'honorable ministre peut-il nous dire s'il compte organiser entre les 2 parties concernées une table ronde afin qu'une fois pour toutes, qu'on mette de la bonne volonté et non pas se fier uniquement sur le tribunal du sport, le tribunal d'arbitrage du sport, pour régler ce problème. Il faut bien le dire, le tribunal d'arbitrage du sport est au courant de ce problème depuis 2022 et rien n'a été, aucune solution n'a été trouvée jusqu'à présent. Donc, ma question, est-ce que l'honorable ministre, au niveau de son ministère, compte organiser une rencontre? Parce que je crois que là où on est arrivé, Madame la Présidente, il faut de la bonne volonté. S'asseoir, discuter et trouver une solution à ce problème qui n'a que trop duré.
We have already done that meeting, Madame la Présidente.
Donc, si j'ai bien compris, dans sa réponse initiale, l'honorable ministre a parlé de 3 réunions qu'il a eues avec le président de la Fédération. 2 réunions avec le président de la Fédération et 1 réunion avec les officiels. À aucun moment, il n'a parlé de réunion conjointe entre les dirigeants de la Fédération et ceux qui contestent justement la situation, ceux qui attendent que leur demande d'affiliation soit enfin acceptée. À aucun moment, l'honorable ministre nous a parlé, nous a informé de cette rencontre que je crois serait salutaire pour le bien du judo.
I've just received, like I said, a letter from the Federation on the 3rd February 2025, and a meeting is going to be held shortly.
Voilà, c'est différent, totalement différent de ce qu'il nous faisait croire. Donc, Madame la Présidente, si on fait référence justement au Sports Arbitration Tribunal, depuis 2022, comme je l'ai dit, ce tribunal a justement ce cas à solutionner. 2022, à ce jour, 3 ans. Peut-on savoir, je peux faire mon travail, Madame la Présidente, ou...
Je vous écoute.
Je n'aime pas être dérangé.
Bien sûr.
Encore plus par Béranger. Alors, comme on peut le constater, bien sûr, je laisse Brère. Comme on peut le constater, beaucoup ont abandonné la pratique du judo, Madame la Présidente, parce qu'ils n'ont pas la possibilité de participer aux compétitions localement et au niveau international.
Et si vous me permettez,
Oui.
si j'ai bien compris, peut-être que je n'ai pas bien entendu aussi, hein, à mon âge, mais si j'ai bien compris, il y aura une réunion, et peut-être suite à ça, si ça ne va toujours pas, vous pouvez toujours venir avec une nouvelle question?
Non, il n'y a pas de souci. Je termine la question. Peut-on savoir, au niveau de votre ministère, Monsieur le ministre, quelles sont les raisons pour lesquelles ce Sports Arbitration Tribunal, pendant 3 ans, ce tribunal n'a pu trouver une solution à ce problème?
That was the past. Now we are looking into the new sport tribunal. You was with us when we discussed that. So you know.
Don't get personal, Minister. Don't get personal. Don't talk to him about whether he was there or not. You're saying you're new to the...
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
That's it. I think we can rest here. We can rest here. We will follow up. You will follow up. Okay? Next question, Mr. Third Member for Vieux-Grand-Port and Roosevelt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PQB 22.
Madam Speaker, since I have assumed office as Minister of Land Transport, I have had repeated complaints from residents of Saint-Hubert, from one village councillor of that locality, Mr. PJ, also known as Nitin, as well as from my colleagues of Grand-Port, Honourable Baburam, Honourable Siben, and the questioner, Honourable Ramdas, on the irregular and unsatisfactory bus services being provided by individual bus operators along Route 87 and Route 11, meaning Saint-Hubert to Kyopip and Saint-Hubert to Mayberg, respectively. As the problem was persistent and occurring on a daily basis, I convened a meeting at my ministry on 23rd of January 2025, at which were present my 3 colleagues MPs, the village councillor, and representative from the NLTA, National Land Transport Authority, to consider the problem. During the course of the meeting, Madam Speaker, some disturbing information was provided on the buses' releases as recorded on stand regulators' sheet and subsequently tampered with in the returns from the Bus Owners Cooperative Society of the South, on the basis of which payments are effected to bus operators of Route 87 and 11. The stand regulator sheet for Route 87 and 11 for the last week of December 2024 were obtained together with the returns of from the Cooperative Society. A scrutiny of both documents disclosed glaringly the existence of a collusion between the bus operators and the Cooperative Society to defraud disbursement of public funds under the free travel scheme and subsidies on diesel. The comparative exercise carried out revealed that the Cooperative Society wittingly ignored the entries made on the stand regulator sheet where buses were absent from operation during the whole days, as well as where buses had performed a significantly lesser number of trips. In both instances, the Cooperative Society had recorded the buses to be present in service throughout the month and credited these buses with a higher number of trips in spite of these buses being completely absent on some days. In December 2024, the NLTA effected full payment for all operators of routes 87 and 11 as per the returns of the Cooperative Society, in spite of the fact that 2 buses were absent for a total of 3 days out of 7 days for which a thorough forensic exercise was carried out. Also, full diesel subsidy was paid to all the bus operators, and in light of the outcome of the comparative analysis carried out, the NLTA had disbursed 9,405 rupees in excess on free travel and 3,885 rupees in excess of diesel subsidies. These amounts, Madam Speaker, appear insignificant at first look, but I would like to stress on the fact that the scrutiny of records focused on only 2 problematic buses over a period of 7 days, out of which 3 days the buses were absent, and for which claims were fraudulently claimed and fully paid for. But then there is a total of over 800 individual bus operators grouped within cooperative societies which are operating under the same payment system for the last 20 years, that is, since the introduction of the free travel scheme and other financial support diesel subsidy. When this finding from the forensic exercise is brought on the national level for 800 individual bus operators on a scheme that costs taxpayers 2.5 billion rupees yearly, therefore, 10th of billion of rupees over 20 years, one can easily deduce that the amount defrauded could be in billions over the last 20 years. The more so the number of complaints my ministry has receives day in, day out. Madam Speaker, the government and the travelling public are not deriving the full benefits from this scheme, and hence I would like to thank my colleagues MPs from constituency number 11, as well as the village councillor, Mr. Nitin, for their precious help in bringing to light the malpractice outlined above. I would like to encourage my other colleague MPs to report cases which they consider that public funds are being defrauded. The NLTA has been instructed to record a statement from the village councillor on the inaccuracies disclosed. This statement has been referred to the police for inquiry and eventual prosecution. I'm tabling a copy of the statement with the permission of Mr. Nitin. As for routes 87 and 11, my ministry intends to consider the invitation of applications from the public to replace the unscrupulous operators, and the provisions under Section 77D of the Road Traffic Act will be used to expedite their replacement. Madam Speaker, may I now seek your indulgence for a few more minutes to tell the House and the stakeholders the remedial measures, which is part of the substantive question, that my ministry is taking in respect of the systemic problems regarding poor level of bus transport service occurring around the island in order to have a better control over the operation of buses and for enhancing accountability on the disbursement of public funds to bus operators while ensuring an improved level of service for the traveling public. Number one, a fleet management system will be introduced requiring all buses mandatorily to provide with a GPS, to be fitted with a GPS system linked to a control room which will be situated on an NLTA. This system will provide real-time information on the number of buses in operation, as well as the number of trips performed. This system is expected to come into operation during the course of this year itself, if all goes as scheduled. Number two, the Memorandum of Understanding relating to the payment of free travel compensation signed between the NLTA and the bus operators will be reviewed, subject to government approval, from a daily-based payment to a trip-based one. Number three, similarly, the fleet management system will enable a more accurate computation of mileage incurred by each bus on a daily or monthly basis for disbursement of fuel subsidies, diesel subsidies, in fact. Number four, the road service license of operators not providing services as per the conditions of their licenses will be revoked, as mentioned earlier, Section 77D of the Road Traffic Act will be used to have new players. Number five, my ministry will arrange for strengthening the inspectorate staff of the NLTA, which is currently devoid of such officers, and to have management support officers pending a substantive recruitment exercise of inspectors. This arrangement will allow for higher NLTA presence along bus routes and at bus stations. Number six, my ministry is also holding consultations with bus operators to acquire new buses and avail of the incentive provided under the Bus Modernization Program. And lastly, number seven, we will assist as far as possible to expedite the recruitment of foreign workers in the bus industry to meet labour shortage. Madam Speaker, to end, the situation in the public transport has declined and is today subject to a significant number of complaints. The satisfaction level in all segments of the population is quite low. I am of the view that this is the result of yet another failure of our institutions and a complete absence of bold policies during the past years, past 10 years especially, to make the transport sector inclusive and attractive. Therefore, it is worth mentioning that with the collaboration of my colleague MPs and with the village councillor, it has taken my ministry only one meeting to detect and disclose malpractices impacting negatively on disbursement of funds, for which institutions ought to have noticed and addressed but did not do so. I am therefore taking bold measures to ensure that the roles of and responsibilities of the NLTA are reinforced. Lastly, I wish to reassure the House that my ministry will ensure that notable improvements are brought in the bus services throughout the island, and that all sums of money spent on transport for the mobility of the population are effected with high responsibility and accountability. It is indeed a daunting challenge, Madam Speaker, but I'm fully prepared to take it head on. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes. The Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigues.
Madam Speaker, B23.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, I'm informed that the Cattle Productivity Incentive Scheme was launched in Mauritius in the year 2013 with the objective of providing a grant to breeders in order to assist them in taking better care of the animals during the critical life period of the calf from day 1 to 3 months. The Cattle Productivity Incentive Scheme is managed by the Small Farmers Welfare Fund and provides for a cash grant of 15,000 rupees as an incentive to small registered breeders for each calf that has reached the age of 3 months, up to a maximum of 40 calves per year. Now, the overall objective is to increase cattle productivity and enhance food security. Madam Speaker, subsequent in financial year 2023-2024, provision was made for the scheme to be extended to Rodrigues as well, to enable the registered breeders in Rodrigues to also benefit from the scheme. Now, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Small Farmers Welfare Fund that an amount of 1 million rupees was budgeted in the financial year 2023-2024 for Rodrigues, and 76 applications were received from breeders in respect of 138 calves for a total amount of 2,070,000 rupees. Out of the total of 70 applications, payment of 150,000 rupees for 10 calves were made to 3 applicants in the financial year 2023-2024, while payment of an amount of 1,920,000 will be effected to 73 applicants in the financial year. 1 million rupees has been budgeted by Rodrigues Regional Assembly in this financial year, and the remaining amount, 920,000, will be paid by the Small Farmers Welfare Fund. Now, B, as regards B of the question, I wish to highlight that in accordance with the decision of the Ministry of Finance, the scheme in respect of Rodrigues for the financial year 2024-2025 is being implemented by Rodrigues Regional Assembly. I am also informed that the scheme is operated on a demand basis, and additional funds can be reallocated by Rodrigues Regional Assembly from other schemes to meet the increasing demands. According to the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, as of now, no application under the scheme has been received, and there has been no disbursement of funds in the financial year.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Yes, Honourable First Member for Port-Louis Maritime and Port-Louis East.
B24.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for his question, and my answer is as follows. I'm informed by the New Social Living Development Limited, NSLD, that the project at Arsenal consists in the construction of a total of 574 housing units on 2 sites. That is, 284 units on one site opposite Arsenal Government School, and 290 units on another site opposite La Pépinière d'Arsenal. With regards to Part A, I am informed by the NSLD that the total cost of the project is approximately 1.92 billion rupees. According to information provided by the Ministry of Finance, the contractor has benefited from exemption of VAT, as other contractors have also done under this particular social housing project. In this particular case, it was of 54 million on the project at Arsenal. As regards Part B, I'm again informed by the NSLD that works on both sites are currently ongoing, and the building works of the 574 housing units only are expected to be completed by September 2025. Madam Speaker, in regards to Part C, the architectural firm for the project at Arsenal is NK Architect Limited. Insofar as Part D is concerned, I'm informed that the building and land use permit in respect of both sites was first obtained on the 4th of August 2023, and my understanding is that a BLUP is only issued by a local authority after all required clearances have been obtained. I would like to add, however, that there was an amendment, an application for an amended BLUP on both sides, and I am informed that they date to the 11th of October 2024.
Yes, all right. The Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues, Mr. François, we're glad that you made it.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. B24.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, the off-lagoon fishing scheme, purchase of canot, was introduced with the aim of providing financial support to registered artisanal fishers to enable them to purchase better equipped fishing boats of 7 to 12 meters, commonly known as canot, for fishing in the outer reef in order to enhance the livelihood of the artisanal fishers, while altogether increasing local fish production. The scheme provides for the following. 1, a grant representing 50% of the cost of the boat and other related costs, including navigation and fishing accessories, up to a maximum of 300,000 rupees. B, a loan from DBM representing 90% of the remaining cost of the project at an interest rate of 3% per annum and a repayment period of 7 years, including 1-year moratorium. And C, the beneficiary meeting the 10% of the remaining costs from his own fund. In this context, my ministry has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Development Bank of Mauritius Limited for implementation of the scheme. Madam Speaker, I'm informed that the scheme was available for Mauritian fishers, and it is only recently, that is, as from July 2023, that the scheme was extended to fishers from Rodrigues. As regards part 1 of the question, my ministry received from the Commission for Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Production, Forestry, Plant and Animal Quarantine of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly 22 applications from fishers in Rodrigues. These applications were subsequently submitted to the DBM on the 31st August 2023 for financial assessment at its end. Regarding part 2 of the question, I'm informed by the Chief Executive of the DBM that on the 3rd October 2023, 19 out of the 22 applications were approved. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that in January 2024, a total grant of 4,219,740 rupees was disbursed in favor of the 19 eligible fishers from Rodrigues. As regards breakdown of the total grant amount disbursed in respect of each of the 19 beneficiaries, I am tabling the information.
Yes?
Just one supplementary, Madam Speaker. Is the Honourable Minister aware that out of the 19 applications received or approved, only 3 or 4 canots have been purchased? And some of the fishers, probably out of the 4 million you mentioned, have received part payment for construction of the canot for a construction period of only 3 months, which have already lapsed. And why lapsed? Because local contractors, marine contractors, could not respond positively with all the problems of shortages of raw materials and increasing cost materials. So will the Honourable Minister request a review or an extension of this construction period with DBM and the local authorities thereat in the interest of our fishers?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Since you're acting in the interest of the fishermen, and we all agree, would have no choice but to impress upon DBM to do the needful.
Thank you. Yes. The Honourable Second Member for Belrose and Cameroon.
B26, please. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit of my ministry that the traffic lights opposite the Catrobon Market are currently operational for vehicular traffic, while for pedestrians, these traffic lights are not presently operational. In fact, the cables connecting the Pelican Heads pedestrian lights along Victoria Avenue, B72 Road, in reference, to the controller box have been found to be faulty. Due to faulty cables, erratic timing and complete power outage of the whole set of traffic light signals have been observed. As such, only the Pelican Heads along Victoria Avenue, meaning B72, have been disconnected to ensure the operational characteristics of the traffic lights on the other legs for vehicular traffic. Madam Speaker, I'm also informed that the underground sleeve harboring the cables are completely jammed. As a result, civil works meaning excavation of the road and putting new trunks and cable, will have to be undertaken to change the sleeve and the cables. This intervention does not fall under the contract for maintenance of traffic lights. At this moment in time, no contract for civil works can be awarded under the framework agreement because same have expired and new tenders will have to be launched. This might take some time. However, the repairs of these traffic signals will be given priority consideration in view of their strategic location. Meanwhile, the TRMSU has written to the Commissioner of Police to ensure safe pedestrian crossing at the location.
Thank you, Minister. Yes.
Supplementary.
Yeah, one
Je vous remercie.
One at a time.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Would the Minister inform the House when was the last maintenance or inspection conducted on these traffic lights and what were the findings?
Like I said, the problem is underground, Madam Speaker, because the cables are faulty. That is why there is erratic light signal on the pelican heads. It is not due to bad maintenance, it's because the cable. I asked the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit, because the trunks are already there, why don't you slot in new cables? But the problem is over the years, 20 years or so, it has been jammed with mud and all these things, and it has not been possible. So it's not a question of maintenance, it's a question of faulty cables.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. In the estimate of 24-25, okay, a sum of 25 millions have been allocated for the maintenance of the traffic lights. Can the Minister provide a detailed breakdown of how this amount has been spent as far? Thank you.
If I
It's a
knew,
very tall order.
it is indeed. It is indeed. And, you know, I am minister for 2 months. Previously, the Honourable Ganu was there. I do not know how he spent that money, but we'll have to,
You'll find out.
I'll find out and get back to the Honourable Member.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Honourable Minister. Madame la Présidente, le dysfonctionnement de ces feux de signalisation représente un grave danger, d'accord, dans notre circonscription et surtout que c'est vis-à-vis du marché de 4 bornes. En attendant leur réparation, le ministre pourrait-il indiquer quelles mesures urgentes peuvent être prises pour assurer la sécurité des piétons? Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I have replied to this. I've said that the TRMSU has written to the Commissioner of Police to ensure safe pedestrian crossing at that location. So if there is
I
none,
cannot hear the answer, please.
if there is none, I will have to speak to the Commissioner of Police, if that is allowed, of course, to ensure that needful is being done there. Because we have written formally, and I'm quite surprised that no police officers are there.
Will that do? Yes. All right. As long as everything is secure. Honourable third member for Vieux-Grand-Pont and Roosevelt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PQB 27, please.
Madam Speaker, complaints have been received regarding the long waiting time faced by the inhabitants of the southern regions before undergoing coronary angiography and angioplasty. This is due to the fact that Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital had not been equipped with an angiography machine. Accordingly, patients requiring routine and emergency coronary angiography and angioplasty had to be referred to the Trust Fund for Specialized Medical Care for treatment. Madam Speaker, as at 31st December 2024, there were 121 patients on the waiting list at Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital. Since July 2023, an angiography machine has been transferred from Cardiac Center, Trust Fund for Specialized Medical Care to Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital, but the equipment has been non-functional. However, I have to highlight that electrical works, including air conditioning, have been contracted out and will be completed by 16th February 2025. Additionally, the CAT lab comprising 5 cardiologists, trained nursing staff, and 18 ICU beds has also been set up thereat. Madam Speaker, the pre-installation works for angiography machine is almost completed at Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital, and the machine will be operational around mid-February 2025. thus alleviating the plight of the inhabitants of the region. Nonetheless, being a second-hand machine, the angiography equipment has to be tested to assess its functionality. In the same vein, my ministry is exploring the possibility of acquiring a new angiography equipment in the future.
Thank you. Yes? Okay, PQ B28 will be replied by the Honourable Minister of Social Integration. So, Honourable First Member for Rodrigues, Ms. Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B28, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that my ministry provides financial assistance under the National Solidarity Fund to bereaved families residing in Mauritius in respect to death cases, including victims of fatal road accidents. With regard to Rodrigues, I'm informed by the Rodrigues Regional Assembly that they do not have any similar mechanism in place for providing financial assistance to families of victims of fatal road accidents thereat, nor have they made any application so far to my ministry to that effect. In view of ensuring fairness to all citizens of the Republic residing in Rodrigues, my ministry is proposing to assist the Rodrigues Regional Assembly to set up a similar mechanism so as to provide financial support to families of victims of fatal road accidents in Rodrigues for timely relief. I am tabling into this House a list of assistance under the National Solidarity Fund, the National Pension Act, and Social Aid Act to bereaved families in respect of death cases, including victims of fatal road accidents in Mauritius. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes? The Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues.
Yes, thank you. B29.
Madam Speaker, I am informed that the Social Register of Mauritius, SRM, was introduced in 2008 as a centralized database to register individuals requesting financial support. Eligibility for assistance is based on two criteria. First, income, and second, a proxy means test, PMT, which is a formula used to determine eligibility of an individual or a household to benefit from empowerment support. The proxy means test, PMT formula, aims at addressing the living standard of each household and is based on demographic and socio-economic characteristics, such as age, gender, number of children, as well as whether the applicant is owner of his or her dwelling and the housing conditions thereof. The existing criteria in use for the PMT dates back to 2016. In view of changing socio-economic conditions, the PMT criteria, which still makes use of data from Household Budget Survey 2012, need to be reviewed to take on board new criteria to be worked out. In addition, after 9 years, observations have been made of elements of subjectivity when applying some of the criteria of the PMT. The previous government has, in June 2023, initiated action to review the PMT. Maurice Strategy, MS, which currently falls under the purview of the Ministry of Financial Services and Economic Planning, was solicited to assist with the review and is providing the services of a local and an international consultant for the review thereof, with the financial support of Agence Française de Développement, AFD, and Expertise France. However, the review of the PMT is also largely dependent on the findings of the latest Household Budget Survey 2023,
which is expected to be finalized by February 2025, according to Statistics Mauritius. Furthermore, the board of the National Empowerment Foundation, NEF, is presently being reconstituted after an expression of interest for which 269 applications were received by the 27th January 2025. Once the NEF board reconstituted and the NEF and the ministry, my ministry would decide on the follow-up mission by the consultant plan in March 2025 to finalize the PMT review or any other alternative process necessary to review the outdated PMT. Thank you, Madam President.
Minister? Yes. Other member for Rodrigues, Ms. Colette, first member for Rodrigues.
B30.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Honourable Member, First Member Rodrigues, for a question which is as vast and broad as education can be. A concern regarding the proposed reforms and issues pertaining to curriculum and digital transformation and equity is legitimate. I wish to assure the Honourable Member that this government is fully committed to revamping and reconstructing our education system on the basis of equity. As mentioned in the government program 2025-2029, this government will ensure that the reforms of our education system cover the widest possible number of issues, hampering the development of our students while addressing emerging challenges in a constantly evolving sector. Today, this government has the dual task of quickly cleaning the massive pedagogical mess left by the previous regime and to come forward with a set of innovative measures to address the myriad emerging challenges facing the education sector. After what we have experienced over the past 10 years under the previous regime, where our children were martyred by an oppressive pedagogy that mercilessly excluded thousands of students of the Republic, now is the time to redress the situation. This government believes that each child of the Republic, regardless of their background or ability, has the right to receive an equitable and quality education. Equity in education involves transformation of all physical and learning aspects of the school, such as curriculum, pedagogy, learning strategies, assessment, and teacher training, and creates an education system that responds to the needs of all children in a healthy and conducive learning environment, adapted to their intellectual, social, physical, artistic, cultural, and economic needs. The previous government didn't realize that our schools have to cater for all the children of the Republic. We have to cater for the aspirations of the high flyers, nurture their quest for excellence, and at the same time, we should not neglect the average and slow learners. Different students learn at different ways and different paces. We cannot have a one-size-fits-all pathway for all our children. This government cares for all the children of the Republic. The new educational policy orientations of my ministry have been very aptly articulated in the government program 2025-2029. Unlike the previous government, which imposed policies and which obstinately refused to entertain meaningful dialogues with partners of the educational sector, we believe in listening to stakeholders. Since holding office, this is what I have been relentlessly doing. A blueprint will be prepared after the Assises de l'Éducation, which will be held in April 2025. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the Honourable Member that my ministry sent a delegation to Rodrigues during mid-January for a sensitization campaign on the implementation of the new foundational program, which has replaced the obnoxious extended program, which unfortunately massacred the future of thousands of our students who left the system neither with a PESAC nor with an NC certificate. Another team from my ministry is proceeding to Rodrigues soon for the implementation of the Google Classroom digitization project. We believe that digital transformation encourages a shift from teacher-centered instruction to student-driven learning. Madam Speaker, curriculum development, digital transformation, and equity are interdependent factors that shape the future of quality education. While digital technologies offer immense potential to enhance learning experiences, they also present challenges related to accessibility and fairness. A forward-thinking curriculum must integrate digital tools, promote competency and value-based learning, and integrate and ensure that every child, regardless of their background, can benefit from technological advancements. Only by addressing these challenges can our education system fully harness the power of curriculum and digital transformation while ensuring quality education and equity in education. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister indicate whether there will be consideration for some civic education included in the curriculum for our children at all levels, including secondary level in Rodrigues?
Thank you for that supplementary question. Without civic education fully embedded in the new curriculum that we are envisaging, we cannot contemplate the education of the future. And today, more than ever, when we see what is happening in this society, when we are reconstructing a new Mauritius, definitely at the basis of that reconstruction phase, we will need civic education. Sometimes I will say, tongue-in-cheek, not only for students, but for all Mauritians, we need that. Thank you, Madam.
Yes. All right. So interesting, we were sleeping almost. I didn't mean that, huh? I meant we were very interested. The Honourable Third Member for Pamplemousses and Triolet.
Madam Speaker, question B31.
With your permission, Madam Speaker, I shall answer parliamentary questions B31 and B44 together. They both relate to the same subject matter. Madam Speaker, I thank both honourable members for their respective questions. I must say that since I was appointed Minister of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity, I am in the presence of constant complaints and outcries in relation to the entitlements of our citizens to rights and benefits related to disabilities. Complaints are never-ending and on a daily basis, reported either to the Ministry, to me, or to the Junior Minister, to my colleague ministers, and to members of this Assembly. Many citizens are of the view that their applications are unjustly rejected, disallowed, or abruptly stopped. Many citizens cannot understand why they are constantly being called for new medical assessments on a yearly basis when they view their disabilities as being part of permanent nature, or when they are completely bedridden. Madam Speaker, the malfunctioning disability benefit system is exposed by the fact that the average time spent by a medical doctor from the medical board to assess the degree of incapacity of a person and hence to determine his or her
eligibility for basic invalid pension or disability allowance is less than 5 minutes per applicant. Consequently, and in reply to Part C of question B31 and to the first part of PQ B54, my ministry will formulate new policies and bring structural changes to the assessment processes and procedures used to determine pensions and allowances entitlements of our citizens with disabilities. Same has already been mentioned in the presidential address, and the Attorney-General is being notified of this legislative reform agenda. Disability-related NGOs, specialists, and activists are being and will be further consulted in this context. In regard to Part A of PQB 31, I wish to inform the House that presently persons with disabilities are entitled to an invalid basic pension or a disability allowance after an assessment by a medical board. Additionally, as from July 2024, children suffering from a disability of less than 15 years who are in receipt of an invalid basic pension or a disability allowance are eligible for an additional monthly allowance of 3,000 rupees. The criteria for someone to benefit from an invalid basic pension is in accordance with Section 8 of the National Pensions Act 1976, is that the person be under the age of 60 years and has disability of 60% or more, which is likely to last for a period of at least 12 months. With regard to eligibility to disability allowance, a person in accordance with Section 30A of the Social Contribution Act and Social Benefits Act 2021 be entitled to same if, firstly, he has a disability of not less than 40% and not exceeding 59% due to an injury or medical condition specified in the 6th schedule of the Act. B, he is under the age of 60 years, and C, he is not in receipt of a basic pension under the National Pensions Act. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of PQ B31, I am informed that presently a medical assessment is carried out by medical practitioners of my ministry to determine the eligibility of the invalid's basic pension and disability allowance. Assessment are carried out either by a medical board, which comprises of 2 medical practitioners, or by 1 medical practitioner at the claimant's residence for those who are bedridden and who cannot attend medical board. A medical guideline dated 2016 is also used by medical practitioners who sit on medical boards for assessment of claimants for the benefits. These guidelines have been prepared with the help of specialists in various fields from the Ministry of Health and Wellness with a view to standardizing the assessment made by doctors while evaluating eligibility of claimants. The guidelines also stipulate the duration of the award of the benefits. With regard to the rest of Part A of PQB 31, I am further informed that medical doctors employed in public hospital only examine patients for their respective ailments for which they present themselves at hospitals. This examination is not conducted to determine eligibility to any kind of benefit. However, medical certificates which are issued by medical doctors employed in the public hospital and private institutions are presented by claimants on medical boards. The whole assessment process is presently under scrutiny and will be subject to review in the context of the upcoming reform. Madam Speaker, at present, a person whose case has been disallowed by a medical board or domiciliary board has the right to make an appeal to the medical tribunal The medical tribunal is composed of 2 specialists in relevant field and is chaired by a representative of the Attorney-General's office. The above steps too will also be subject to review in the context of the coming reform. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B1, 2, and 2 of PQB 31, I am informed that since July 2015 to January 2025, my ministry has received 88,628 applications for the invalids' basic pensions, out of which 44,301 cases have been allowed and 41,385 cases have been disallowed by medical boards. I am further informing the House that as at February 2025, there are 26,057 beneficiaries of invalid basic pensions and 630 beneficiaries of disability allowance. For the information of the House, I am tabling a document compiling the data of the cases processed for the last 10 years. Madam Speaker, this House can rest assured that this government will ensure that all our citizens who have a disability will be treated with dignity, respect, and a fair and caring manner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes.
Madame la Présidente, tout d'abord, je voudrais remercier l'honorable ministre pour les réponses qu'il nous a fournies. De sa réponse, je tiens que presque 50% des applications pour l'allocation d'un invalide ont été rejetées par un board composé de 1 ou 2 médecins qui ne passent que 5 minutes pour évaluer ces cas. Donc, les personnes qui ont besoin de cette allocation d'invalidité sont souvent dans un grand besoin. Quelles mesures urgentes peut le ministre proposer dans ces cas en attendant la réforme qui vient?
Monsieur le ministre. Question très pertinente.
Très pertinente. First, this will be the main component of the coming reform. And secondly, what we are trying to do now is reorganizing the team so that we can process in a more speedily manner the applications. Okay? We had a legal problem for the constitution of the board. There was a mistake in the law, which was clarified by the State Law Office, which took time. I received the opinion of the State Law Office 2 weeks ago of the legality of the medical board. Now that this has been clarified, maybe we'll also review the composition of the medical board who are performing these tests and seeks what are the rational criteria when assessing application for invalidity pension or disability pension, allowance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes. So the next question would now be Honourable Third Member for Portus North and Montaignon. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PQB 32.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Central Water Authority that the road reinstatement works in this region were delayed due to a shortage of bitumen on the local market between June to September 2024. Further, I'm further informed that the Central Water Authority launched another bid exercise in the north in October 2024. The 2 bids received were evaluated. However, approval was not obtained for the award of the contract due to the last general election. I can assure the Honourable Member that this project would be looked into as a matter of priority.
Yes. One moment. The Honourable Second Member for Rivière des Anguilles. Somebody is asking.
Madam Speaker, B33.
Madame la Présidente, le projet de barrage de de la rivière des Anguilles était à l'ordre du jour du gouvernement précédent pendant tout son mandat de 5 ans. Le projet a été annoncé lors de discours budgétaires successifs et des fonds ont été alloués à sa mise en œuvre pendant 5 ans ou même 7 ans. En 2020, Madame la Présidente, l'ancien gouvernement avait annoncé que le barrage de la rivière des Anguilles serait construit pour un coût estimé à environ 7,5 millions de roupies. Je parle en 2020, 5 ans de cela. Milliards. Oui, milliards, pardon. Dans le discours sur le budget de 2021-22, l'octroi des fonds pour la construction du barrage et la station de traitement des eaux a été annoncé. Des fonds à la hauteur de 100 millions de roupies ont été de nouveau annoncés dans les discours de 2022-2023 pour démarrer la construction du barrage de la rivière des Anguilles. Dans le cadre du dernier budget 2023-2024, il a été indiqué que la conception détaillée et la préparation du projet du barrage de la rivière des Anguilles avaient été finalisées. Malheureusement, il ne s'est presque rien passé. This year, Madam Speaker, an amount of 930 millions has been provided in the estimate of 2024-2025 du dernier gouvernement pour la construction de ce rivière des Anguilles project. Merci.
Thank you. So can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether we are coming with a project ou ça va rester comme l'éternel Poulido?
25 ans.
Merci.
Madame Speaker, si vous me le permettez, avec votre permission, I am informed that the pre-qualification exercise for the construction of Rivière des Anguilles was launched on February 2024, l'année dernière, under the aegis of the Central Procurement Board. At the closing date, en avril 2024, 9 applicants have submitted their proposals, and following an evaluation exercise conducted by the Central Procurement Board, the Ministry was informed that 8 firms has been shortlisted. It is to be noted, Honourable Member, Madame la Présidente, that in accordance with the loan agreement signed with the funding agencies, there prior no objection of the evaluation exercise and shortlisted bidders is required before proceeding with the notification process in accordance with the Public Procurement Act. I am further informed that once the funding agencies have conveyed their no objection to the shortlist of bidders established by the Central Procurement Board, the bidding exercise for the appointment of work contractor would be launched by the Central Procurement Board. It is expected, Honourable Member, Madame la Présidente, that the bidding exercise for the appointment of a contractor and the subsequent no objection of funding agencies of the selection of contractor may take around 6 months. The duration of the for the construction of the dam is around 40 months, 2029-2030. Merci.
May I just find out if we are going in a wrong direction? We were on B32, right? We were on B33. You finished B32. It was also... Huh? 33, c'est pour toi. Allez, OK?
Sorry, I'm still fishing for information. I want to hear from Honourable Minister when we are starting with the project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. It is expected to start the work end of this year, December 2025.
Okay. Now we got Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues. Yes, Mr.
Yes, B34.
Madam Speaker, I am informed that there is a shortage of animal feed since the beginning of January 2025. And according to the information provided so far, producers in Mauritius did not provide the normal amount of animal feed to supply to Rodrigues in December 2024. There was also an increase in demand in the consumption of animal feed from 468 containers of 20 feet in 2023 to 542 containers in 2024. Therefore, an increase of 74 containers was noted. Madam Speaker, regarding Part B of the question, I have been informed that the Rodrigues Regional Assembly has already initiated discussion with stakeholders concerned, including the Mauritius Port Authority, Mauritius Shipping Company Limited, and Velogic Limited, and Associated Container Services Limited, to devise and implement short-term measures to address the challenges which have been identified so far. I further note that the Rodrigues Regional Assembly has reported that it will continue to encourage and facilitate the business community in Rodrigues to enhance their warehousing and storage capacity.
Yes. I thank the Honourable Minister for his answer, Madam Speaker. I'm following myself also with the importers and breeders in Rodrigues. With regards to the number of containers of livestock feed and meadows feed on each Perros-Banos voyage to Rodrigues, lately I have some statistics. Well, like on the 3rd December, 12 containers, 4th of January, 10 containers, 15th January, 23 containers, 25th of January, 25 containers. Will the Honourable Minister do ensure and request concerned authorities not to reduce the normal containers quota for animal feed? As from information gathered from breeders, there were many losses during the period of end of December and January. Losses, animal losses.
I believe that the Honourable Member should have asked the question to my colleague, Minister of Shipping, but I will talk to him.
Yes, all right. That's fair enough.
Already talked, yeah.
Fair enough, okay.
I spoke to him on Friday.
Belrose. Belrose, Catterborn, yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B35.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that on 29 November 2023, works orders amounting to a total sum of 66 million, inclusive of VAT, were issued under the framework agreement of the Road Development Authority to Gamma Construction Limited to undertake the drain works over a stretch of some 800 meters along Old Moka Road up to Rivière Sèche, located near the MCB building with a view to mitigating flooding at Saint-Jean. The region of Saint-Jean, being a densely populated area with an extensive network of buried services, appropriate measures had to be undertaken to prevent any disruption in the existing services and to avoid inconvenience to the inhabitants thereat. Consequently, trial pit works had to be carried out to identify buried services. The works, which started at 30 November 2023, were expected to be completed by 30 May 2024. However, the project has not yet been completed for various reasons. This project has been declared as emergency, whereby the risk to life and damage to property was significant, and yet it has been delayed for almost 1 year. Since my assumption of office as Minister, I've expressed my dissatisfaction with the progress made up to now. I have chaired several meetings with different stakeholders to remove all bottlenecks being encountered and to expedite the completion of the project. I have been informed that the delay in project was the result of major relocation and realignment works pertaining to the extensive underground services such as the CWA water lines, MTEL lines, Mauritius Telecom lines, and Sugar lines. I also wish to highlight that due to major relocation, realignment works, and the increase in volume of excavation, the cost of the project now stands at some 180 million, for which financial clearance has already been secured. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that the relocation of all underground services has now been completed, except for the relocation of the sewer lines, which is ongoing and expected to be completed by 22nd February 2025. As at date, 70% of the works have been completed. The drain is expected to be functional by 26 February 2025, and the whole project is expected to be completed by 15 March 2025. Madam Speaker, let me reassure the House that in the event of heavy rainfall in the region of Saint-Jean prior to the completion of the project, both the consultant and the contractor have been requested to ensure that all measures are taken to avoid flooding and associated damages. The contractor has also been requested to mobilize mobile pumps of adequate capacity in standby mode, along with water carrier lorries, to pump out water at the cemetery's entrance if required. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie également le ministre pour sa réponse. Madame la Présidente, des tombes provenant du cimetière Saint-Jean ont envahi la cour des habitants. Un projet supposément en mode fast-track accuse un retard indécent. Nous parlons de 250 tombes qui endommagées, Madame la Présidente. C'est grave. Et tout cela sous l'Ancien Régime. Le ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre si son ministère, vu l'urgence, la grande urgence, les habitants de Saint-Jean vivent dans la peur à chaque grosse pluie? Est-ce que le ministre envisage d'organiser un site visit dans les plus brefs délais avec les différents départements concernés, s'il vous plaît, parce que je peux vous dire, les habitants vivent dans une grande, grande peur. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member is right in saying that this project was supposed to be an emergency project. It took 1 year because there was no follow-up action, because we had many stakeholders involved, the CWA, the Telecom, the MTEL, and I've gone through the file. I've not seen any meeting chaired by the former minister, at least to expedite matters so that the project can go fast. We can imagine that now the project has, from 66 million, it has gone up to 180 million. It has taken nearly 1 year, putting the lives of people in danger there. So now, as soon as I assume office, I chaired meeting so that we expedite matters, and as I've said to the Honourable Member, that we are expecting the completion of the project by 15th of March. And the drain will be functional 26 February. The whole project will be functional 15th of March. But I have no objection for having a site visit.
Okay.
We can fix a common date so that we can go on site and explain to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. The Honourable Second Member for Belrose again.
B36.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit of my ministry that it has already effected a road safety inspection around Kandos Government School, and the following measures have been recommended. Number one, the setting up of a pedestrian crossing to ensure safe crossing of school children, fixing of warning signs to indicate presence of school, fixing of 40 km/h speed limit signs, and painting of slow road markings on approaches to the school gate, and fixing of handrails over a length of about 50 meters to properly segregate pedestrian traffic from vehicular traffic along Tolérance Avenue, fronting Kandos Government School. Number two, the fixing of warning signs to indicate presence of school along Robert Edouard Hart Avenue. And number 3, the reinstatement of all traffic signs associated with existing humps, fixing of warning signs to indicate presence of school, and fixing of 40-kilometer speed limits along Sichuan Avenue. Madam Speaker, the TRMSU is currently working on the cost estimates in respect of the recommended measures that I've listed above. At this moment in time, like I said earlier, no contract for civil works can, however, be awarded under the framework agreement because the same has expired and new tenders will have to be launched. This might take some time. Funds are also being identified in the meantime because, like I said earlier again, all funds have been used up before my arrival at the ministry, I am told. Once funds secured, procurement exercise and onward award of contract for implementing the measures that I've listed will take place. Thank you.
Yes, yes, one.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Une seule supplémentaire. Est-ce que le ministre pourrait nous donner une indication par rapport à une date à laquelle nous parlons de la sécurité des enfants, qui à chaque sortie de classe, ils courent, ils sont... Non, on s'attend au pire. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir une indication sur un time frame, allons dire? Merci.
Yes. Like I said, the framework agreement is a tender that covers the whole island of Mauritius for works to be implemented by TRMSU, and it is awarded by the Central Procurement Board. So there is a procedure to be followed, but also funds are being identified. I can safely say within the next 3 to 4 months, we should be able to see daylight on this.
La réponse était claire pourtant. Hein? Allez-y.
Oui, non, en fait, monsieur, je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. On parle de la vie des enfants en bas âge, des mineurs. Et je voudrais savoir, Monsieur le ministre, en attendant, je comprends, il y a des procédures, oui, tout à fait, je respecte les procédures. OK? En attendant, ces enfants traversent la rue, mais d'une façon vraiment brutale, parce qu'ils ne comprennent pas, ils ne savent pas, il n'y a pas de policiers, il n'y a pas de crossiers, il n'y a pas de bain, il n'y a rien. Alors, on voudrait savoir, est-ce qu'en attendant, vous auriez pu mettre des mesures en place pour pouvoir justement sécuriser ces enfants? Merci.
Il faut mettre les lollipops, man, you know? Lollipops. Se mettre debout au milieu de la rue, tout ça.
I can certainly look into it to ensure that road safety measures are being implemented there. I will do it.
Thank you.
OK, members, Honourable Third Member pour le bassin.
7.
Madam Speaker, I presume that my honourable colleague is referring to the construction project of 750 housing units being undertaken by the new Social Living Development NSLD at Coromandel. I am informed by the NSLD that 70% of the on-site construction works, housing units and on-site infrastructure have been completed. These works are expected to be completed by end of June 2025. As regards Part A of the question, the main criteria to benefit from social housing units are as follows. Number 1, the monthly household income of the applicant should not exceed 40,000 rupees. Number 2, the applicant should not be the owner of housing units or residential plot of land. And 3, the applicant should not have benefited from any government grant for the casting of roof slabs and for purchase of building materials. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B, the applicants will be called for interview 2 to 3 months prior to the completion of the project. However, allow me to halt at this stage to underline the following. There is a misconception amongst the members of the public believing that calling them for an interview means that they have been granted the right to a house. No. I'd like to underline that calling them for an interview does not guarantee the obtention of a house. It is only to assess the eligibility of each applicant, and that is the purpose of the interview. In regard to Part C, the 750 housing units at Coromandel will be allocated as follows. 100 units for families living in constituency number 1. 50 units for families living in constituency number 2. 200 units for families living in constituency number 19. 400 units. 400 units for families living in constituency number 20. Those are my answers, and if the Honourable Member requires any additional information, I shall be glad to oblige.
Yes?
Oui, Madame la Présidente, peut-on savoir de l'honorable ministre en ce qui concerne les futurs acquéreurs, y en aura-t-il plusieurs catégories, je veux dire en fonction des différents critères de sélection, de remboursement et de revenus, bien sûr?
I think this is a very important question that needs, in fact, an answer. There are two ways of proceeding. I could proceed by tabling the criteria for allocation of NSLD housing units, which I will. I believe it's important for it to be a public document. And I will just briefly say that over and above the fact that I talked about the 40,000 income, the date of application, of course, is of utmost importance. I have found through my research at the level of the ministry that it was not obviously the ministry that carried out the whole idea of allocation of houses. It's either the NHDC or the NSLD and committees therein. I am convinced that there has been misuse of power. I'm convinced. I'm convinced that there have been people who have listened to orders coming from some sort of kitchen to decide not which cook is going to go therein, but who is going to be living where and when and in what type of house. This is basically our lives, and the lives of citizens of this country was dictated from beginning to end by someone in charge of this kitchen. So, in order to put some order in the kitchen, I like blowing up the kitchen and starting afresh. But then again, the people did it for us. They blew it up. So now, household type and composition, that also is a criteria. A couple with dependents earns 10 marks. There's a marking system. Honourable Osman Mohamed, now Minister, at one point in time he was at the NHDC. If I'm not mistaken, he was also one of those responsible for setting up of this criteria, as well as Honourable Bashir Korabaks at one point in time. But those are legacies that were left. But unfortunately, some people have found ways and means of going around the excellent work you've done in order to give houses to, and the condition of obtaining houses was how much of a nice person you are holding up the drapeau of certain people. But this is not what we are about. So criteria is very important. And we are not going to be choosing based on political appartenance, on who you are, what you are, and how close you are. It is criteria, and it's going to be rule-based. So I can assure the Honourable Member of that. Catchment area is obviously important because, as I've said, some people come from certain constituencies. Therefore, where you live, where you come from, is also a very important criteria. Then you have criteria for allocation to hardship cases. I've had the opportunity of speaking with my learned colleague, Minister Ashok Subron, whereby he has intimated his wish to be more helpful and grant more help to the needy. To the DICL to carry out drain works all around the island, and to the DICL to carry out drain works all around the island, around NHDC or NSLD projects. And I can say that they have not been functioning very well. And we've had very urgent meetings chaired by the Senior Chief Executive of our ministry with the ICL and the officers in order to ensure, yes, I know the problematic. But then again, it's not the responsibility of the now minister to have staffed it last year. And when the project started, they should have staffed it then. So it is through the incompetence of the then government. And the minister in charge, I cannot remember his name, the then, Bobby, yes, some name of that nature. I cannot remember whether it was him. But through incompetence, he did not staff it. And the Honourable Member will remember, if I'm not mistaken, he himself a déjà croisé le fer with those incompetence. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, he hasn't finished. Then we will have you and...
Souvent tendance à oublier, c'est qu'avec les pluies torrentielles, les inondations récurrentes L'honorable ministre peut-il nous dire si les constructeurs ont prévu un système de drain afin d'évacuer l'eau, évitant ainsi que les appartements au rez-de-chaussée soient inondés, comme c'est le cas au complexe de vétiver à Petite-Rivière?
I can assure the honourable member that, as an example that I can give, only yesterday I had, yes, it was yesterday, I had the pleasure of going to a site visit in constituency number 1 with Honourable Minister Navarre, who is here, and Honourable Fabrice David, who is also together with me. And we went to visit, yes, is there? So we went to visit in constituency number 1. And there we have been very, very careful to note little issues, but in fact are very important, drain works. And we find that all of them have made provision. But I come back to DICL. DICL is given the task of completing off-site works, precisely in order to ensure that those habitations, those projects are not flooded. And this is very, very important. But unfortunately, there are projects for which the houses are ready, but I will not be able to deliver, at least NSLD will not be able to deliver to beneficiaries, and you will find that there will be degradation of the quality of material because you're closing the houses. We have to wait for the drain works, off-site drain works to be completed, because we do not want such situations to occur where people are flooded in. But those are issues high on the agenda, and we are working closely with the new Minister of National Infrastructure and all my colleagues in Cabinet, and we are also being helped by members of Parliament, backbenchers, who are giving us a lot of information and assistance to ensure that we give a better product to the beneficiaries. And let me hasten to add that they have not even considered the possibility of adding solar panels on the roof in order to provide for hot water. They have not even considered rainwater harvesting when we're talking about the age of climate change and the need to have a sustainable, environmentally sustainable construction. They have thought very fast, but have been incompetent in the end result.
Thank you, Minister. Yes. Allez-y, il me reste 12.
Oui, rapidement. Peut-on savoir, de l'honorable ministre, quelles sont les infrastructures sociales et de loisirs qui ont été prévues pour les...
Là, je ne peux pas vous laisser, parce que ça, c'est nouveau. Une nouvelle question la semaine prochaine, ce sera bien. Monsieur...
I'll share it with you. Okay.
Non, parce que ça, c'est nouveau, hein, quand même. Allez-y.
C'est par rapport au complexe.
Mais on peut parler de tout, si on veut. Hein? Allez-y, monsieur. Après.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais demander à Monsieur le ministre que beaucoup de personnes se sont plaints, qui sont sur une liste d'attente depuis plus de 20 ans, d'une dizaine, vingtaine d'années, et que lorsqu'ils appellent ou ils rendent visite au bureau de la NHDC, ils se plaignent de dossiers perdus. Can the minister please put up a campaign or a fast-track campaign afin de réactualiser les dossiers des demandeurs en vue du processus d'allocation des logements sociaux?
Even though, Madam, it does not really, but it's within the ambit, if I may help. I do not want to adopt such a fast track that we have, unfortunately, as Honourable Stéphanie Anctil has said, we have what we have had, where people are at Cimetière Saint-Jean with a fast track. So we don't want that. We want to sort out the problem. And the issue is that with the new government and the new direction at the level of both the NHDC and the NSLD, what we are ensuring to do is that there's a proper customer service, that we ensure that those criteria are adhered to, but there is an efficient communication between the end user and the builders, the promoters. So this is what we need to do, because a lot of the times, I totally agree with you, I end up being the one answering at least, well, hundreds of calls a day, what's happening to my home. And just to add it up, I tested the customer service of the NHDC last year, as soon as I took office, and I pretended to be someone from QPIP. And I waited for 20 minutes, and I still didn't get the answer. So that was in the first week. I can assure you that those issues have been attended to, and I'm very thankful to the officers of the NHDC, NSLD, and the ministry for really helping to improve service, and I'm sure that we will be successful.
Yes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Monsieur le ministre, en parlant des critères d'éligibilité, plusieurs familles sont dans l'attente depuis des lustres, nous le savons tous. Qu'en est-il de ceux qui ont déjà atteint l'âge de la retraite, voire 60 ans plus? Est-ce qu'ils devront attendre longtemps? Est-ce qu'un jour, ils pourront devenir propriétaires d'une maison de l'NHDC? Est-ce qu'il y aura aussi une attention particulière? Je vous attends. Merci.
I thank the honourable member for the question. I have had the opportunity of meeting Mobank, one of the financing institutions, precisely for many other cases that were finding some difficulties, but precisely for old age pensioners who have been on the list for many, many years. And they were saying that they could not consider that they were eligible for a loan when in fact, because of their age. So what we have done is to find solutions together. And one of the solutions would be that one of their relatives, a child, would be guaranteeing the loan and to take on that responsibility. And grosso modo, we are finding solutions. We are finding solutions. And I do agree with the honourable member that many people have waited, not only old age pensioners, you have a lot of single mothers. You have a lot of mothers who are divorced with children, who need to find a home to live in and do not want to continuously be paying rent, and they want to become homeowners. We have more than 40,000 applications. The previous government had said that they were delivering 6,000 houses before the end of their mandate 2024. That was a lie. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jamal, first member for Port Louis.
B38.
Madam Speaker, once again, let me thank the honourable member for the question. So, in order to, as a prelude to the answer, pagiometric basically consists of a narrow belt, theoretically 81.21 meters in width, nearly all around the coast of the island of Mauritius and our state-owned. I'm informed that there are approximately 6,405 leases that have been granted by my ministry over pagiometric. Let me hasten to add that this was not granted by me ever since we came into office. In regard to Part A, I'm informed that as at the 31st of December 2024, the outstanding rental in respect of all leases, including all those pagiometric, is approximately 1.8 billion rupees. Yes, that's the figure that is owed for all those leases, more than 1.8 billion rupees. In regards to Part B, I understand that there are more than 11,000 leases, both on pagiometric and non-pagiometric, who are in arrears of annual rental for more than 24 months. And the amount due is approximately 968 million rupees, almost a billion, is owed to government by those lessees. Thank you, Madam.
Madam Speaker, Honourable Minister, is it possible for you to table the list of the debtors and the respective amounts?
Un peu plus fort, s'il vous plaît.
Je demande à l'honorable ministre s'il peut déposer la liste des débiteurs.
Okay.
I must admit that I have the list in my hand, but I have to take advice from the Attorney-General's office to ensure that I'm not in violation of any data protection legislation before I do this, because it holds names, addresses, and what is owed. However, I must say that I am considering at the level of the ministry, because we have to recuperate this money. It cannot be that we don't recoup this money, because I am aware as well, from memory, there is Article 2277 of the Civil Code. Article 2277 of the Civil Code would be this fact that we can only claim 3 years back in terms of rent. And I will have to seek confirmation of that from the Attorney General's office. But we will have to find whether any non-payment of such money to government, causing prejudice to government, I mean, is this not a violation of contract? And if this is a violation of contract, it means what it means. It means that we would therefore be able to consider whether or not we take action for breach of contract. And then we will also see whether we can recuperate. But we will endeavor, I can assure the Honourable Member, and I thank him for his question again, we will endeavor to recuperate all of it. We will go after each one of them and explore all avenues. We will try to ensure that the mandate that has been given to us, we will honor it and not let this go away into oblivion as though it is nothing. This is owed to the people and it must be refunded.
Thank you. Yes?
Madam Speaker, being given that we are talking about state land occupied by leaseholders on pas géométrique, and in order to alleviate this situation, would the Honourable Minister consider the possibility of granting opportunity to residential leaseholders, in particular those who have occupied those land for more than 30 years, the possibility of granting the opportunity to have the freehold title at a price which can be determined by the government under his ministry?
For one thing, if my learned friend, if my friend, I refer to him as a member of the bar, if my friend is referring to the pas géométrique, there would be issues there, because then the pas géométrique, from my knowledge, is inalienable.
Yes,
as such,
exactly.
it would require, I like it when I see the Attorney-General nodding and his senior counsel. I love it. Thank you. So we would have to amend the law, and then this is something which would require government to take a policy decision, and this is not within for me to pronounce myself on that. Difficult, however. But already, let me recall that as far back as I recall, at one point in time, the Labour Party, when in government at one point, had made legislative changes in order to allow owners of CHA houses in order to become owners for the modique somme de 2000 rupees. And this is continuing, and this is a social measure that was brought in by the Labour Party that is continuing, and I'm happy to see that a lot of people are becoming homeowners. Thank you.
But pas géométrique is another issue. I think we will stop here. I have a few questions that have been, in fact, withdrawn. B42, B58, B60, B69, B57, B65, B45, B49, B68, B70, B52. Members agree with these? You have withdrawn your questions, and I understand why you do that. So if you agree, we will stop question time here.
Motion. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that all the business in today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
The question is, it has to be seconded by the Deputy Prime Minister. The question is that all the business on today's order paper, be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Means you're staying late.
Statement by Ministers none. Public Bill, first reading.
I move that the Financial Crimes Commission Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 1 of 2025 be read first time.
Motion needs to be seconded. Yes?
Motion.
Honourable Second Member for Quartier Militaire and Moka. My pleasure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move the motion standing on my name that this Assembly resolves that the Government Programme 2025-2029 presented to this Assembly on Friday, 24th January 2025, copy of which has been circularized amongst Honourable Members be and is hereby approved. Madam Speaker, dear Honourable Members, I'm deeply honoured to address this august Assembly on the occasion of my maiden speech. In the context of the debates on the 2024-2029 Government Programme presented by His Excellency, the President of Mauritius, Mr. Dharam Gokul, As a new member of this Assembly, a neophyte, I'm privileged to initiate discussions on a groundbreaking program that binds us to our destiny, that is, to serve this land and its people with diligence, honour, and integrity. A new parliamentarian, I thank the Prime Minister, Honourable Dr. Navin Ramgoolam, and our Vice Prime Minister, Honourable Mr. Paul Béranger, for having bestowed upon me the duty to serve the nation. Along with my fellow new members of the Assembly, I can affirm that we are privileged and honoured to have been chosen by the people to represent them, to fight for their best interest and lead a nation from darkness to light, with our dream and hopes shaping a guiding beacon. May I express my gratitude to our leaders for having embraced the aspirations and hope of every citizen, for a land where our human rights and dignity are respected and valued, a land where our humanity is protected and our future held dearly. This program epitomizes the leaders of the Alliance of Change commitment to build a government of the people, by the people, for the people. We, elected members of this Assembly, sit at the cusp of history. We have been entrusted with the people's faith to rebuild a nation that was formerly entrapped in the throes of pain and despair. With this program, we carry the flame of hope the people have conferred upon us. We carry the aspirations of thousands of men, women, youth, and elderly who have dreamt of a land where life shall flourish. Above all, we have been bestowed with the duty of rebuilding a land with a program that encapsulates the essence of struggles led by workers, ecologists, human rights activists, feminists, and engaged citizens who firmly believe in a fair and just society for each and every citizen. As an eco-socialist with an unflinching faith that a free and equitable world can be constructed for us all, this program empowers me to continue the people's struggle for social, economic, and ecological justice. The 2024-2029 government program in its entirety imbues us with hope and pride. It anchors in our spirits an unflinching sense of duty towards our people, our nation, and our homeland. It is indeed a bridge to the future, a brighter, more secure, and peaceful future. As noted by His Excellency the President, the country had experienced one of the darkest periods of its history prior to the November 2024 elections. In contrast, this program paves the path into a future where this government is strongly responsive to the needs and aspirations of its people. May I express my deep gratitude to His Excellency, the President of Mauritius, who articulated our vision with shared faith, hope, and commitment. This program channels our manifesto, the historic-making signed agreement among 4 political parties to lead a nation from darkness to light, from despair to hope, from subjugation to freedom. It is the bridge to a safe and empowered future for the people. May I congratulate you, Madam Speaker, on your nomination. Madam, you have ensured so far that the Assembly is an illustrious, democratic space where the freedom of expression is upheld in utmost respect. Dear Madam, you symbolize the aspiration of us, Mauritian feminists, and you are a role model to us all. Though we may appear little, we are fierce, as our dear Shakespeare said about strong women. Madam Speaker, I'm deeply grateful to this government, to our inspired leaders who have dared to augur system change that shall protect the democratic rights of future generations. This government is embarking on key constitutional reforms to protect the nation from any further violation of our democratic rights. The dark days we formerly experienced are deeply scarred in our memory, and we are still tending to our wounds. The balm, Madam Speaker, has been provided with the future Constitutional Review Commission. It is to be noted that this commission will guarantee that local government elections will be held regularly according to law. This commission further has been tasked with incorporating public interest litigation and class action into the Constitution. In a healthy democracy, people should be empowered to reflect, question, mobilize, and take action. History has been made repeatedly when people mobilized to overthrow injustice across the world. With the forthcoming public interest litigation and class action motion, we're proud of a government that places faith in the people's independence, leadership, intelligence, and decision-making capacities. Mauritius has shown as a firm model of democratic freedom when the people rose to oust its former regime under which it had been suffocating. Constitutional reforms hailing democratic rights are the hallmark of a government ready to serve their people. The right to recall motion recognizes similarly the primacy of public interest. It augurs good governance, accountability, and guarantees future generations that their needs will be prioritized. Likewise, through the concerted address of digital rights, this government program emphasizes its commitment to protecting the people from the former invasive surveillance that threatened every fabric of our lives and robbed us of our serenity. A healthy democracy is where each citizen breathes freedom, where each citizen can reflect, think critically, and contribute to the country's well-being. The November 2024 elections precisely demonstrated the people's intelligence, their firm stance against oppression, and their refusal to be swayed by money and false promises. The Freedom of Information Act further seals the will of this government to construct a model democratic state, where every media organ will be free, where each citizen's voice can be heard and heeded. A healthy, dynamic, and functional participatory democracy will be the historical legacy of this government. A government that seeks to empower people rather than divide and rule. A government that aims to recognize our brotherhood and sisterhood. A nation with a shared cultural history rather than draw boundaries based on obsolete and absurd ethnic divisions is a government that is decolonizing our minds. I am immensely proud to be a member of this government that will undertake constitutional reforms whereby any Mauritian may stand for elections as a Mauritian. This government is thus discarding the divisive legacy of colonization. As a former academic who specialized in post-colonial cultural histories of embodied resistance and resilience, I can but beam with pride and respect for our leaders who are making history and ending decades of injustice. This government is indeed entrenching the decolonization of minds, soul, and the entire island. It is setting an example for the post-colonial world to condemn and reject the toxic colonial legacy of divide and rule. This government is setting an example for the entire world to emulate by forging a future where communalism may be dismantled and our shared humanity valued. Madam Speaker, system change is what we need to build a better, fair, and just society. This is embedded in our government program, where the Just Transition Commission will be set up to anchor a firm ecological consciousness in every socio-economic endeavour. In a context of economic crisis and chaos, our leaders are to be lauded for having understood the ecological imperative on which human survival depends. The programme is an affirmation of this government's commitment to protecting life, nature, and the land. By inserting the rights of nature in the Constitution, this programme will align this government along with the visionary and exemplary nations such as New Zealand, India, and Canada, who recognise nature as a right-bearing entity. For a fervent ecologist, inserting the rights of nature in the Constitution is the prime signal of a government that is cognizant of the life-threatening implications of the climate crisis. I warmly thank all ecologists who have led multiple struggles to which our government leaders have now responded with utmost sensitivity. Nature is life. Nature is our mother. Nature is our home. Nature does not belong to us. We belong to it. This government has solemnly pledged to protect nature. It has solemnly pledged to protect life. It has solemnly pledged to protect us all and our land. Thank you to our leaders from the depth of our ecological souls that have been seared by the past destruction of our ecosystems. The protection of our ESAs, that is our environmentally sensitive areas, similarly illustrate how this government has embraced eco-consciousness. This is hope. This is the bridge to the future we embrace wholeheartedly. Madam Speaker, economic crises are engineered to shape precarity, psychosis, and a sense of fragility that make us vulnerable to economic predators. It is within this context that we need to appreciate this programme's emphasis on socio-economic rights. This programme epitomises our leaders' refusal to sacrifice the people's rights, well-being, and future, no matter how deep we are mired in troubled economic waters. Our leaders will not sacrifice our people on the altar of economic imperatives. This is true humanism. This is true leadership. This is true ethos-driven decision-making. Thank you. I acclaim this government's insistence on protecting workers, women in particular, with regards to the regulation of working hours with the 40-hour work week, the provision of maternity leave for up to 1 year and flexi time for women, as well as work-from-home schemes. As a feminist, I have strongly deplored the manner in which capitalism exploits women, who bear the burden of social reproduction and care work, both of which are invaluable to the economy. The economic value of work carried out mostly by women in the home is silenced, erased, taken for granted because capitalism instrumentalizes patriarchy. Measures announced in the government programme with regards to workers' rights place an onus on work-life balance and seek to ease the mental charge of women. I'm grateful to women who withstand the demands of capitalism. I'm grateful to feminists who fight for women's care work to be valued. I'm grateful to our decision makers who have finally acknowledged that women's work matters, women's bodies matter, and that patriarchy needs to be dismantled for women to thrive. Similarly, I applaud the visionary step to be taken to amend the artist's status in the law. The artist will no more be condemned to survive in an exploitative, denigrating, and destructive system. This programme seeks not only to value the artist, but to confer upon the artist a recognised employee status for him or her to rise above precarity. As such, the programme recognises how the empowered and secure artist will be key to developing the cultural industry as a new pillar of the economy. Culture is our lifeblood. Culture is our identity. Culture incorporates our dynamic and creative modes of engaging with our daily reality, our history, and our dreams for the future. A thriving cultural industry is the heartthrob of a healthy society. This program rightly emphasizes the much-needed expansion this industry requires to celebrate our shared culture and heritage. Madam Speaker, the government program recognizes the primacy of socio-economic and cultural rights as defined by the treaty, the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights that Mauritius signed on 12 December 1973. Yes, 52 years later, we now have a government, we now have leaders who will honor this treaty by incorporating our social and economic rights in our constitution. This is system change. Indeed, what we are privileged to be part of is a leadership based on care and empathy, a leadership that will forge a stronger nation, a nation that looks after the most vulnerable members of our society, a nation that values dignity, respect, and solidarity. The very values that our Prime Minister has reminded us are our empowering legacy from our history of enslavement. This program expressively stipulates that in Mauritius, the elderly, people with disabilities, widows, and orphans will be taken care of. This is a solemn pledge that can but empower us in our daily struggles to help thousands who suffer from systemic discrimination. Madam Speaker, authentic leadership is about care and empathy. It is based on meaningful connections with humanity as a whole. This leadership of care is exemplified by careful attention paid in the program to a range of reforms aimed at improving the lives of each and every citizen. Indeed, pension reforms and the e-social security system are fundamental. There are concrete steps being envisaged to upgrade a system that currently condemns thousands to profound misery. As newly elected members of the Assembly, we are being called upon daily to respond to multiple cases of genuine and heartbreaking human distress. The previous system has been nothing but criminal. It has been cruel, deadly, and monstrous. It has inflicted needless pain and suffering on the weakest of our citizens. This program precisely seeks to give us the tools to support our most vulnerable fellow men and women. We welcome with our whole hearts the much required change in the social security system. We will not only care, but we will act upon our care. Madam Speaker, the Mauritian family has been under dire stress over the past years. Rising cost of living, poor employment prospects, the burden of long working hours, and children having no hope of a future in the homeland, as well as significant social ills, have made our families frail. This program recognizes that the family unit has to be strengthened in order for our society to stand firm and strong again. Families are the foundation of social reproduction. They protect life and the future of humanity. Protecting each family is a government's ultimate responsibility. With regards to education, we genuinely applaud the program's emphasis on inclusion. Our education system has long been discriminatory and elitist, with systemic exclusion of the most vulnerable, that is, students with SEN requirements. In the recent past, we have further witnessed the deliberate dismantling of the education system. Exclusion in a competitive system that is overly exam-oriented has sapped our children of the potential to develop their full intellectual abilities. It has been orchestrated intellectual genocide of the innocent and the underprivileged. Inclusion, in contrast, is progress. Inclusion is ethics. Inclusion is the valuing of each child's right. Inclusive education is the way forward. This government has already demonstrated its dedication to implementing inclusive education by eradicating the extended stream program. It was the prime example of how our children were being failed by a system that could not even develop their numeracy and literacy skills. This government program, in addition, seeks to value teachers and their role. This fundamental aim can but redress the profound flaws of a system where teachers are not empowered to support the intellectual and holistic development of our children. Our children and their future can no more be sacrificed on altars of narrow policies and dysfunctional educational practices. Dedicated teachers change lives, forge aspirations, and shape a country's future. One of the main reasons I stand here today is because my teachers believed in me. With a growth mindset, teachers can make a difference for each Mauritian child. This is precisely what this government seeks to achieve. Madam Speaker, we can similarly applaud the close attention paid to food security in the government program. Food security is one of the primary challenges we face due to the climate crisis. Anxiety about food access during the initial phase of the COVID-19 pandemic still lingers in our minds. Disruptions of supply chain and rising food prices resulted in near-mass psychosis. It is to the honor of this government to tackle food insecurity and ensure that such dramatic lack of access to food never occurs again. Food is a basic human right. It is a fundamental physiological need as defined by Maslow, without which no other need can be satisfied. A government that feeds its people, that provides equal access to food, is a responsible and caring government. It is duty-bound and driven by conscientious awareness about the climate crisis. It is good governance, for it bears foresight into an insecure future in the Anthropocene era. Madam Speaker, with regards to restoring law and order, we can but breathe with relief that the Prime Minister and this government are spearheading immediate and concrete action to battle the scourge of drugs. Madam Speaker, drugs have and are taking their toll on our society. Not a single day goes by without us witnessing the tragedies drugs entail in every corner of our society. The case of baby Catalia, murdered by a neighbor under the influence of synthetic drugs, exemplifies the human loss we endure due to the pervasiveness of drugs across the island. Drugs are killing our children, murdering our youth, and incapacitating whole families. They are the bane of this land and its people. The government program demonstrates precisely the genuine leadership required to battle the scourge, no matter how hard it is. Amidst various urgent significant measures stated in the program, the distinction to be made between traffickers and consumers denotes the willingness to take care of victims, to look after the people. This program seeks to heal, save, and protect. We are thankful and we hold dearly the hope that no more children shall suffer the fate of baby Catalia. May her soul rest in peace. May innocent children suffer no more. Madam Speaker, I thank this government for paying due attention to improving access to justice, to enhancing judiciary processes and forging public trust in the police. The police and criminal justice, as well as the criminal evidence bills, will no doubt be elaborated with due expertise to safeguard the public and ensure institutional efficacy. We may now breathe with relief. To have faith in the judiciary and the police is what the people have been hoping for with bated breath. The former failures of both institutions had almost led us to the state of the Homo Sacer, as defined by Giorgio Agamben, the state of exception, where our humanity, our safety, and our right to life were no more upheld by those in power. This government is therefore ready to take on the most dire of challenges, make the island safe again. I'm grateful to our decision makers who have paid due consideration to the appropriate, safe, and conducive conditions police officers need to work in. I strongly deplore the current dilapidated state of many police stations, particularly in my constituency, number 8. I think particularly of women police officers who work odd hours in conditions where they cannot even access clean and operational bathrooms. This program reflects humane and sensitive attention paid to the working conditions of police officers. They are frontline employees and have to undertake extensive emotional labor. My constituency has witnessed the worst of crimes. It is our duty to look after those who will help us seek justice. It is our duty to ensure they can perform to the best of their abilities in safe and healthy conditions. Madam Speaker, a caring government is a government that dares take on board the criminal dysfunctionalities of systems it has inherited. One such dysfunctionality of extensive proportions lies in the healthcare sector, where we have witnessed the tragic loss of lives of patients on dialysis during the COVID-19 pandemic. With a firm intention of supporting substance abuse rehabilitation, improving current mental health care, and ensuring more adequate services to the elderly, this program entrenches the government's dedication to providing quality public health care. Free quality public health care is the hallmark of a functional welfare state that forges equity across our society. As Margaret Mead stated, civilization is only achieved when the most vulnerable and sickly is carefully looked after. Indeed, this government program epitomizes the duty of care towards us all. I'm proud to be part of a government that further places emphasis on youth empowerment, developing a dynamic sports sector, and ensuring just access to our housing. This program bears in mind the precise social and economic dimensions that can empower each Mauritian, no matter his or her walk of life. To conclude, Madam Speaker, the people rose, broke their chains, and handed us the beacon of light to a future of hope for each Mauritian. This program etches a vision of ethical governance based on care for life, nature, and the land. An equal and just society is what this program aspires to. We understand the economic challenges, but we can hail the vision of our leaders, the drive to protect the people, redress the multiple wrongs Mauritians have been subject to for years, and rebuild a nation where we can all live securely, breathe freely, and be at peace is inspiring. A vision empowers. It draws from every struggle for human dignity, respect, and the right to life. It shapes the purpose of life. It boldens our spirit to climb over mountains and cross rivers. A true revolutionary is guided by love for humanity, hope, and a vision for its upliftment. I therefore call upon this august assembly to approve this motion. C'est le plat de résistance et de résilience de notre gouvernement. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for your first speech. Thank you and welcome. I need someone to second the motion. Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Thannoo for her maiden speech. It was indeed un bouffée d'air fraîche. I mean, I'm trying to sit down here to try to remember not long ago what it was like. I mean, very often when I'm outside of this assembly, I'm told that they enjoyed, not because they enjoyed that the other speaker threw me out very often. They didn't enjoy that very much. We were in competition, the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and others. You were also there. on the agenda. A lot of us were. But what they do say is they are wondering, how will it be different? And Madam Speaker, allow me to say that having listened to the Honourable Member address this Assembly, not only did she do it with a lot of the quality in the content, but she did it very calm, by respecting this august Assembly. And all those of us here can say that when we hear her, we understand why she has been up to the challenge of going to the constituency of the former Prime Minister and taking him on and taught him a lesson. As far as I'm concerned, I find myself a bit in between those generations. And when I hear the Honourable Member address the Assembly, when I listen to the content very attentively, I say that there is indeed a bright future for the future of this country when you have generations that are going to be taken care of by members of Parliament of your caliber. Congratulations, madam. I cannot refuse to forget to mention 2015, when I remember I found myself sitting in the second row there, and the members of the MMM were also on the opposition. We were only 4 of the Labour Party, only 4. And I happened to be the chef de file of the Labour Party, and quite quickly I was joined by my good friend and elder brother, Honourable Boulel, and he allowed me to continue as a chef de file. We happen to have lived a lot of events in this house, a lot of events. And all those who have joined today, I feel sorry for you, you would not have lived it. It was a learning experience, a learning curve. And if history, one day down the road, the future generations will at least know that what must you not do, then watch the videos of what the former Speaker did. Watch what the former Prime Minister did. Watch what the ministers of the last regime did. And when we told them time and time again that the people out there would not forgive, they laughed at us. And when we questioned them and it embarrassed them, the Speaker stood up and threw us out. Can you imagine, Madam Speaker, when I look at the government program and I look at the last phrase, let Mauritius be Mauritius again. Those words mean a lot. Full of meaning. Let Mauritius be Mauritius again. Mauritius, I always talked about that in my public speeches. I talked about our national anthem. I even had the courage, was it a good idea or not, but I sang the national anthem. I sang the national anthem. But then again, I thought it was quite good. But then again, when I heard myself in a video from the back, I do not believe I'll change career and adopt singing. When I sang those words, I said it to my son who was with me there. And I said to him, I will sing it. When I left home, I said it to him. And he looked at me before I was going to pronounce my speech in Port Louis. And he said, Dad, sing it. And for a minute, I almost said, no, I wouldn't. But the future generation not only understand the importance of those words, but they live it, they breathe it. It's in their DNA. And this is what Mauritius is all about. Let Mauritius be Mauritius again. This is what it's all about. And today, people can go to the social media and talk against us. It is their right. It is their right to criticize, and we all know that they have views that we may not agree with, but it is their right. And look at the difference. None of those who have spoken out against us have found themselves behind bars. None of them have been arrested. You haven't had police officers lurking around your yard early in the morning, breaking cameras, blocking the numbers, not wanting to be identified. You don't have them pulling you out of your home without any reasonable suspicion, with no grounds for arrest. I remember what they did to the former Prime Minister. I remember what they did to me. I remember going to Central CID with my then counsel, Honourable Attorney-General here, Gavin Glover. I remember the tears of my late father. I remember how they made him cry. I'll not forget. And when I stood in this assembly and I said to some ministers the next day after my arrest, I will not forget, but I do not come after you with revenge. I will not. I will not forget. And I said to them, we will put nails in your coffin, political coffin. But they chose otherwise. We talk about political coffin, whereas we've seen what they do to their political agents. We cannot forget. Let Mauritius be Mauritius again, where people are not assassinated for political reasons. There is no cover-up by police officers. Let Mauritius and every single department of government live again, breathe again, where meritocracy starts existing and has meaning, not just words. Not just words. And today, when the Honourable Prime Minister stood up and answered the question from the Leader of the Opposition, I have to make reference to it. I was flabbergasted. Can you imagine what it means? What does our Constitution mean? When you have a Prime Minister, he used to sit opposite us there. When you have a Prime Minister say, he stands up and he does not know, or maybe pretends to ignore, what is a sovereign democratic state. What does democracy mean? What does sovereignty mean? What does all this mean? It's not only words, you have to understand its meaning. You have to live it. Can you imagine what it means when you, somewhere, someplace, conspire with others to spend more than $100 million in order to have a mass surveillance mechanism? MSM, mass surveillance mechanism.
Oh my God.
Do you know what that means? I listened, I heard myself talking to Honourable Maiden. Oh yes, it was you. Don't deny it. Honourable Juman was talking on there. Honourable Omia, who's not here, was on there. I heard my voice. It's my voice. It was me. I confirm. Now, can you imagine? The Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, knows what I exactly thought of him. I thought it was a secret. I thought it was a secret, and all along, he knew exactly what I thought of him. That's bad. But I'm happy. Can you imagine that he spends hundreds of millions of dollars. Not long ago in 2023, there was an inquiry being carried out in Germany. In Germany, where there was the whole mechanism that was put into place for mass surveillance. And the public prosecutor there recommended charges, prosecutions for the offense of for high treason. High treason. High treason means that you cannot embark upon any process to break down democracy. The very essence of this country. If you're trying to break it down democracy, therefore destroying democracy, and in other words, controlling the country by occult means, such as mass surveillance system, in certain jurisdictions, it is indeed high treason. I say it here, that any person, Mauritian or otherwise, who embarks upon any process to carry out mass surveillance of the citizens of this country is indeed guilty of high treason and should be prosecuted for high treason. But it's not for me to decide. It's my view. The former government, the Prime Minister decides, the police acts. And who cared about what the DPP thought? But no, I'm only giving you my humble opinion. There are many lawyers and colleagues here who would be able to express their views on that. Is it not high treason to try to destroy democracy? What is contained in the Constitution, the right to privacy, is in this part of democracy? When one person who is in the executive decides to spend taxpayers' money to eavesdrop, and not only eavesdrop, worse, he stores the information, for God's sake. Didn't we talk here about ways and means that he and others talked to the Commissioner of Police in order to get people to say what they wanted the witnesses to say in order to get people arrested? Let Mauritius be Mauritius again. And when I hear the Honourable Jival questioning about those Mr. Moustache, does it mean that he has come to realize that Mauritius indeed should be Mauritius again because he is sitting next to partners that he would love not to be sitting next to? They tried to get him arrested, for God's sake. They tried to get him arrested. Can you imagine one Dr. Jumai calling and saying, well, you know, let's tell him to say this, let's get him to say that. No, I've got him. Then calling another lawyer who was a candidate in constituency number 2 and telling him, oh, well, you know what, I've said it, you know. I've told him to say so. Don't worry, this is going to be said, that will be going to be said. And today, those people think that this is their version of democracy. But the people of this country have decided. You know, when Honourable Bhagwan said to them, you know, met to cask, intégra, on top of it. You see, he was being very, you know, he cared for them. Make sure no part could be hurt. You see, he's a very caring gentleman. Intégra. And one thing I learned from him very often, when I was minister, he used to say that to me. He said, hey, by the way, you bought your duty-free already? I said, why? He said, you won't be in power soon. And this is what I learned from him, and I went to say to the other friends. And you know what? They never believed us. They never believed us. And I said to them, you would really fall and fall hard, because what you're doing is not a crime against us. Forget about me. Forget about the leader of the Labour Party. Forget about the leader of the MMM and us. We are just but mere mortals. But you cannot do what you're doing to the people of this land. The people will rise and they will punish you. And it was done. Now this is behind us. Unfortunately, in order to chart the course, we need to know what happened behind us. That's why I have to talk about it. You know, let me say that. I was thinking very carefully about the preparation of what I would say today. And I decided to go extempo. And because we've lived interesting days, sad days. And if I had to live it again, I would say yes, I'd live it again. Because it defines who you become. You see? I remember, and I will stop talking about the past in a minute, but when I remember the leader of the Labour Party being dragged from his home, Louis Desforges, they wanted to break him. But it defines what he has become. And I said to him just now at lunch, your victory, this victory that you led this alliance as Prime Minister will be remembered for the future generations and the generations to come. Because in spite of all they've done, he has taught us that if you believe in one thing, stick to it. Be consistent. Stand up to those who try to crush you. Stand up to them. And he did it lawfully. That's the difference. He did not send police officers to the home of the former Prime Minister. He did not call the police and say, get the governor of the Bank of Mauritius, former bank, arrested, shut him in. He didn't do all that. So much so that people were asking questions, how come so-and-so is traveling? How come the former Prime Minister is going to shop in Champs-Élysées and on Oxford Street and what have you, and carrying Chanel bags and whatnot? I mean, this is his life. Let him live it. But he was so concerned and obsessed with the former Prime Minister that he ensured that everyone in the country could be eavesdropped, and he was ensuring that he could destroy this man. But thank God and thank the Almighty, he hasn't succeeded. I look at Honourable Osman Mohamed, and there's nothing wrong, so don't you see, very often he speaks of Singapore. Allow me to say why I say that. You speak of Singapore. And when you speak of Singapore, he always talks about what he's learned from Singapore. I know Honourable Yutim Ozo has worked there. And therefore, is it a coincidence that both of them are candidates in number 2? No, but it is, in fact, that I learn a lot from both of them, and both of them speak. Maybe sometimes they have the impression I don't listen, but I hear whatever they say. And I take a lot of lessons from what they say. And what they say is Singapore. They talk about the greatness of the technology in Singapore, the society in Singapore. So this is how we were talking about reform. A lot of people have asked me, what is the digital twin? A lot of people ask. In the government program, we refer to the digital twin of Mauritius. As we stand today, I stand before you as Minister of Housing and Land. I go to my ministry, and I went in December, and I asked the senior chief executive of that ministry, for whom I have a lot of respect, and the officers there. And I asked them, show me a map of Mauritius. I want to see a map, a virtual digital map, whereby I would be able to identify, show me which land belongs to the state, which land belongs to a private sector, which land is environmentally sensitive, which land is flood prone, which land, give me all the data. Unfortunately, there are a lot of platforms, but none of the platforms can give me what I am looking for. And it hit me that I met certain very important individuals. I say important because I admire their intelligence, and they are important people to me, those who have a lot of intelligence. Don't talk for the sake of talking, but talk sense. Those people at the Economic Development Board said to me, there is something called the digital twin that was implemented in Singapore. And this is what this government will embark upon implementing. It is, in fact, digitalizing Mauritius, the whole of Mauritius, and to use it as an urban planning tool. Imagine the future. Let me take you to this future through my words. Imagine a future where you do not have to send land surveyors out there to measure the topography. You don't have to, you have a platform at the Ministry of Land, Housing and Land. In that electronic tool, that digital tool, you will have a digitalized Mauritius. The Ministry of Environment will be able to share data on that platform as to what are environmentally sensitive areas. We will have information from the Ministry of Transport. We will have information from the Ministry of International Infrastructure, the Ministry of Tourism, all relevant ministries, the Prime Minister's office. We will have information about the Safe City cameras. So much so that if someone wants to apply for a BLUP, he will simply have to apply for one electronically. He will have access to the digital Mauritius as well. We will simply plug in the format of the building he wants to put up, and you will see the virtual building immediately pop up. And we will know, using artificial intelligence on that platform, with all the data including on that platform, disaster management will be able to be catered for, We will know what traffic will be like in the 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years to come. We will know what electricity will be required, what water will be required. We will know everything we need to know in order to plan a smart Mauritius. This is going to be a legacy project. And I've embarked upon this, and I know I can count upon the help and collaboration of all my colleague ministers and backbenchers and junior ministers for us to be able to move forward and stop working in silos. And that has been the big problem. A lot of our administration in Mauritius, where whatever information the Minister of Agro-Industry will have, the Ministry of Housing will not necessarily have it. Whatever information I have at housing, that you don't have it necessarily at the environment. And we go on like that. We have to be able to have all information without any silos, collaborative in one platform to plan a smarter Mauritius. And this is what we're embarking upon. Singapore has done it. So much so, Singapore today, it can know everyone, access to information. This is what this government is all about. Not only will government be able to hold the information close to its chest, but it will be able to have it, maybe a subscription form, maybe in a different format, but we will be able to sell this data or share this data to members of the public in order to build a new Mauritius. Gone are the days where you do not have proper planning. And since I'm talking about planning, Madam Speaker, sir, Madam Speaker, let me say that. I'm talking about Madam Speaker, sir. Yeah. And you see, there are two planning legislations regulating land development in Mauritius. The Town and Country Planning Act of 1954 and the partly proclaimed Planning and Development Act of 2004. These laws, Madam Speaker, work together to guide land use planning, but the Town and Country Planning Act of 54 has become outdated and doesn't fully address modern land use challenges. Efforts to update that piece of legislation, including the passing of new acts in 1990 and 1995, have been unsuccessful. While the Planning and Development Act of 2004 was intended to replace the Town and Country Planning Act, it could not be fully implemented due to changes in other laws, such as the Business Facilitation and Local Government Acts. Additionally, the Town and Country Planning Act of 54 appellate function was transferred to the Environment and Land Use Appeal Tribunal of 2012. A real mess. So finally, we need to put some order in all this, and I will be working very closely with my learned colleague, the Honourable Attorney-General, and his office in order to achieve this. There is a need to align legal framework for the preparation and approval of all planning instruments. The current framework for the outline planning scheme has often been challenged in court, with one of the most recent cases being Bosonge Development versus UBP, decided at the Privy Council in 2018. Now, this situation has impacted environmentally sensitive areas, for example, Pomponnet and La Cambuse. Loopholes and inconsistencies enable promoters to bypass certain parameters. There is another issue I'd like to address, Madam Speaker, and it is this as follows. And this is a challenge that we will have to decide and deal with at the level of government. Back in 2017, everyone will remember and try to recall, let's go through the exercise. Who was Minister of Finance? 2017? Anyone recall? Who? Yes. Him. Don't call him by his name, not the name. Yes. So when he was Minister of Finance in 2017, 17, not 17. The big question we have right now is access to land. Not only we've heard this morning with questions about access to social housing, but think about all the pagiometric and state land around of Mauritius that a lot of promoters are after. That's fact. So as a country, we will have to come, we are at the junction right now. We will have to decide, where do we stand? Yes, there is a need to have foreign direct investment come into Mauritius, and there are various ways and means for it to come in. One of them is through sale of property to foreigners. One of them. And in 2017, the Ministry of Finance wrote a letter to the Managing Director of the Board of Investment, whereby it referred to the apprehensions of the Economic Development Board. The Economic Development Board was against the scheme put up by the then government to sell state land, and they devised ways and means to facilitate the selling of state land to foreigners. For example, you have promoters who come in, they convert their lease campement into, and then they have the right to sell to foreigners as though it is behind the whole idea of a copropriété. And when one listens to people of this country speaking, one of the issues they are preoccupied about is as follows. Yes, it brings in revenue. I've had some facts and I will share it with the House. It brings in revenue. But at what price? You see, let's look at it this way. When I look at the facts here, between 2017 and January 2025, the EDB was in receipt of 1,230 applications for acquisition of ground plus 2 residential apartments by non-citizens. The gross value of these applications, 19.6 billion. That's records of the EDB. Out of these applications over that period, 144 were in relation to apartment, part of a residential development situated over state land, pas géométrique, with coastal frontage. The value of these applications grossly amount to 4.1 billion. The status of these 144 applications. 75 applications approved, having a gross value of 1.79 billion. Out of the 75 authorized transactions, 61 were concluded for an amount of 1.256 million as per records of the EDB. So the issue is, yes, what is the rental per arpent? Between 390,000 and 1 million. Yes, you get money in terms of registration or land transfer. But at the end of the day, when you have apartments selling at 1.5 million euros, 2 million euros, bought by foreigners, that does create a disbalance with regards to the price of property and accessibility to Mauritians. So finally, I was myself walking, and that's strange enough. I never thought I'd become Minister of Housing and Land. Thank you, Prime Minister. I walked in the North Coast. I wanted to rent out a property because I'd share it. We're all family. My sister-in-law is coming. I said I wanted to have her spend a nice time at the beach, to find a nice property on the beach. And I stood before a building on the pas géométrique, and I found an excellent property. When I was there having dinner one night with her, and I managed to speak to the watchman. I often do that. You learn a lot of things, and the Prime Minister taught me that. Speak to the person on the ground, you'll learn more. And I learned a lot. I learned that the whole building was owned by foreigners on pas géométrique. And the North Coast, all of it is owned by foreigners. So the job of my ministry, therefore, with the helps of my colleague, will be to decide, a balancing exercise. Are we, in the name of money, ready to sell the whole property, the whole country, to foreigners? And then we all end up being what? We'll have to rent out to be able to enjoy frontage. That is the problem. So let me conclude, Madam, by saying that I am indeed in a very important position, I admit. Once upon a time, this position was occupied by my late grandfather, and I must say that la barre is very high indeed, because not only did he, at one point in time, carry out and implement measures that are still today helping the country, but the expectation of the Prime Minister for each of us as ministers and members of Parliament and junior ministers and backbenchers is indeed very high, because the people out there expect us to provide solutions to the wrongs of the past. So yes, NHDC and SLD will be reviewed and reformed. Social justice for social housing. My friends will have the opportunity of putting questions on those matters, which I'll gladly answer. And I will enlighten the House on all development as we go along. However, why I chose to speak about this issue about foreigners, we have nothing against foreigners, clearly. But somewhere, someplace, we have to brainstorm, because we do not want Mauritians to end up being locataires in their own country. That is not the aim of this government, I'm certain. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, for raising some very important issues for the benefit of the people. I wanted to say that, in fact, before you spoke, we were to have Honourable Duval speak, but I want to make it quite clear to everybody that he decided not to speak for whatever personal reasons. It's not that I asked him not to speak. He was to speak, in fact, before you. I thank you, and I think we can break for tea. I was going to say 30 minutes. 30 minutes, I think we need a bit of rest. And then we'll have fresh ideas. So you'll be back here in about 30 minutes. Laissez-moi sortir.
Yes, Honourable Etoagia, you have the floor.
J'ai adoré les regards dans les rétroviseurs de l'honorable Shakil Mohamed juste avant. J'ai adoré comment il a lancé les débats autour de la place de la promotion immobilière pour la croissance de l'île. J'ai apprécié l'hommage qu'il a rendu au Premier ministre, et surtout à sa résilience. À mon tour, de rendre hommage à Paul Béranger. Très personnellement, je dois ma carrière à Port-Louis, à Genève, puis à Bruxelles, et maintenant cette place à l'Assemblée législative grâce à lui. Je parle d'un travailleur infatigable, rigoureux, percutant. Je parle d'un intellectuel accompli, d'un homme de conviction ayant un sens profond de l'humain et des justices sociales. C'est un historien avec une grande compréhension des relations internationales. Je me souviens lorsqu'il nous parlait déjà à l'époque du taux repo, de l'OTAN et des programmes d'ajustement structurel du FMI. Il a fait face à des vents contraires, à des trahisons, à des retournements des vestes. Il a persévéré et comme le Premier ministre actuel, il est là alors que ses détracteurs se trouvent dans Carocan, comme on aime bien le dire. Il a inspiré plusieurs générations d'hommes et de femmes politiques, donc moi. Travailler avec lui au Parlement aujourd'hui, mais aussi au sein du mouvement militant mauricien, membre de l'Alliance pour les changements, est un privilège. Je suis tout aussi heureux de siéger ici aux côtés du leader de cette alliance à qui je rends également hommage. Pour ce discours inaugural, je ne peux pas oublier feu mes parents et toute ma famille qui a relevé avec moi le défi de ces dernières élections. Je leur exprime ici mon immense reconnaissance, tout comme aux électeurs de la circonscription Grand-B-Poudre d'Or, où 57% de l'électorat a donné un magistral coup de pied à un régime MSM décadent et pourri, et donc les intérêts personnels de ces dirigeants comptaient davantage que ceux du pays. Il fallait avoir du toupet pour dire qu'il y avait un good factor dans le pays, alors même, comme aujourd'hui encore, que l'eau courante n'est pas accessible à de nombreuses familles à Grand Gobe ou à Grand B, qu'un blackout pend comme l'épée de Damoclès sur la tête de la population à Goodlands, à Rochester et en réalité sur tout le pays, que les transports en commun inefficaces laissent des centaines de passagers sur des arrêts d'autobus à Melville, à Madame-Major ou à Cap-Malheureux. Monsieur le Président, je me retrouve parfaitement dans le discours du programme présenté l'autre jour par le Président de la République. Je n'ai donc aucune hésitation pour soutenir le vote de remerciement présenté par notre ami et collègue l'honorable Babita Thannoo il y a un instant. Même la bourse mauricienne a salué le programme du gouvernement et puis les indices boursiers ont augmenté à Maurice alors que les principales places financières dans le monde ont cédé des positions la semaine passée. Le programme présenté l'autre jour fait une place prépondérante à l'économie bleue. Effectivement, le pays a besoin de nouveaux pôles de croissance, une industrie de la pêche se reposant sur la technologie et des infrastructures modernes a un potentiel énorme en termes de création d'emplois et de richesses. Le poisson remplace graduellement la viande dans nos assiettes et devient la principale source des protéines pour un nombre croissant de la population dans le monde, mais également à Maurice. Sa demande est telle que l'aquaculture a pris les dessus sur le poisson pêché de façon industrielle ou artisanale depuis une dizaine d'années. En 2019, les exportations mondiales des produits de la pêche et de l'aquaculture ont été évaluées à 161 milliards de dollars, donc soit environ 11% des exportations des produits de la mer. À titre de comparaison, le PIB mauricien ne pèse que 14 milliards de dollars. Les exportations mauriciennes de poissons s'élèvent à un maigre 20 millions de dollars. Autant dire qu'il y a du pain sur la mer. Dans l'ensemble, l'économie bleue pèsera, selon le CDE, 3 000 milliards de dollars par an à partir de 2030, avec une zone maritime de plus de 2 millions de kilomètres carrés. Nous devrions, en toute logique, pouvoir croquer notre part du poisson. On a beaucoup parlé de la pêche durant ces dernières années. On a beaucoup parlé dans les programmes. La pêche, l'industrie de la pêche apparaît plusieurs fois dans les discours du président. J'ai confiance que maintenant les dés sont jetés, que la volonté politique est là. Et en même temps, Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais que le gouvernement porte une attention particulière sur les accords de pêche que nous avons signés avec nos différents partenaires. Des accords de pêche qui leur donnent un droit de pêche dans nos zones maritimes. Trop souvent, nos ressources halieutiques sont pillées par ces puissances étrangères. Et trop souvent, ces accords sont négociés en toute opacité. Et les populations ignorent totalement les enjeux, notamment financiers. Victimes de la surpêche et de la concurrence déloyale des pêcheurs étrangers, les pêcheurs des grands gobes, des grands baies, au fait de toute l'île, doivent aller toujours plus loin dans la mer pour garantir une prise qui n'est jamais garantie. Nous sommes un importateur de pêche avec 2 millions de kilomètres carrés de zones maritimes. Nous ne sommes pas autosuffisants en produits de mer. Monsieur le Président, je pense plus particulièrement à l'accord de pêche signé avec l'Union européenne. Vous savez comme moi qu'après avoir raclé leurs propres mers, les pêcheurs européens sont autour de l'Afrique et en océan Indien et imposent des accords de pêche contre des programmes de coopération technique avec nos pays. Nous devrions savoir que nous rapportent ces contrats. Profitent-ils vraiment aux pêcheurs qui sont les premiers concernés? La transparence concerne au niveau de la pêche qui doit devenir une industrie importante chez nous. Poursuivons. Le programme fait la part belle au secteur agricole. De la même façon, nous sommes un pays agricole et nous devons importer beaucoup de vivres. Monsieur le Président, dans le programme, au menu, une agro-industrie moderne et en ligne de mire, une meilleure sécurité alimentaire. J'aimerais attirer votre attention et l'attention de la Chambre sur ces milliers de lopins de terre abandonnés aux 4 coins de l'île. Un cadre du ministère de l'Agriculture a pris le temps et le plaisir aussi d'estimer qu'une surface environ 5000 arpents. Peut-être ça ne nous parle pas ce que ça veut dire, mais c'est à peu près 10 fois la taille d'une ville comme Rosil, qui sont laissées aux mauvaises herbes et transformées en déchetterie. Nous connaissons les raisons de cet abandon. Taille marginale de ces parcelles, aucune garantie de rentabilité, pénurie de main-d'œuvre. C'est paradoxal que nous importons des vivres comme la pomme de terre, l'oignon, de l'ail, alors que de larges surfaces sont abandonnées. Renversons, Monsieur le Président, la tendance et en créant des conditions cadres pour ramener les familles d'agriculteurs dans les champs. Encourager les coopératives, achat des semences et intrants groupés, prix garantis à la vente, des prêts bancaires facilités. Monsieur le Président, le programme met l'emphase sur une croissance qui repose sur des investissements, sur une productivité accrue et appelle à la diversification économique. Mais la planification économique devra aussi mettre la question des main-d'œuvre, qualifiées ou non qualifiées, à l'agenda. Ce n'est un secret pour personne que des entrepreneurs de tous les secteurs vivent le cauchemar de la pénurie de main-d'œuvre. Faute des bras et des cerveaux, des entreprises sont contraintes de réduire les activités. Dans un contexte de pénurie mondiale des main-d'œuvre, la situation ne va pas s'améliorer chez nous. Monsieur le Président, dans l'immédiat et à court terme, nous colmatons les brèches en important des Bangladais, Malgaches et autres travailleurs. À long terme, il nous faudra passer à autre chose. Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable. Can I call upon now Honourable Bichok on the floor?
Monsieur le Président, Mr. Speaker, I stand before you today to commend your election and the election of Madam Speaker as the beacon of this 8th National Assembly of the Republic of Mauritius. Your appointment symbolizes the dawn of an era where the people's desire for change in the conduct of the matters of this House is finally realized. This hallowed hall of democracy now regains the solemnity it once held, deserving once again to be called an august assembly. Gone are the days of the loudspeakers' relentless barrage assaulting the ears of our honourable members. No longer will the menacing index finger haunt this House, a sordid finger that once loomed like a razor-sharp knife honed in the darkest kitchen of our nation's history, la fameuse, la cuisine, poised to silence the legitimate voices raised in this assembly. But now, Mr. the Speaker, and under the guidance of Madam Speaker, we can look forward to a future where the voices of the people are heard and respected, and where the true spirit of democracy can flourish. The enlightened people of Mauritius, les peuples admirables, comme le dit si bien l'honorable Paul Béranger, have buried the loudspeaker not in the dustbin, but in the marchicos of history. Et même Marchicose ne voulait pas de lui. Elle s'est immolée pour ne pas engloutir cette nouvelle espèce d'ordure toxique pour la démocratie. Monsieur le Président, avant de poursuivre mon discours, je saisis de cette occasion pour exprimer ma profonde gratitude. D'abord, au Premier ministre et leader de l'Alliance du Changement, pour m'avoir accordé l'investiture dans cette élection, qui n'était ni plus ni moins, une noble lutte pour notre deuxième indépendance. Comme l'a dit Nelson Mandela, la liberté ne peut être atteinte que par ceux qui sont prêts à être des champions de la cause de la liberté. Ensuite, j'exprime ma reconnaissance envers les électeurs de la circonscription numéro 9, Flac Bon Accueil, qui m'ont honoré de leur confiance avec 27,605 votes lors des dernières législatives. Je vous suis éternellement reconnaissant. Enfin, je rends hommage à ma famille, à mes proches, à mes amis, mes deux colistiers, et à mes bienfaiteurs qui m'ont soutenu lorsque j'étais personne. Plus particulièrement, je dédie cette reconnaissance à mon ange gardien, mon défunt père, qui, malgré nos modestes origines familiales, rêvait toujours que je devienne un jour parlementaire. Merci, papa. Ce discours est un hommage à tous ceux et celles qui ont cru en moi et qui ont contribué à ce moment qui m'est historique. Monsieur le Président, à peine son Excellence le Président de la République, Dharambir Gokul, avait-il entamé la lecture éloquente de son discours-programme intitulé « Un pont vers l'avenir » que je ne pouvais m'empêcher d'imaginer ce pont de l'avenir. C'est précisément sur ce pont que repose le poids de l'espoir du peuple mauricien, qui a renversé le MSM et ses acolytes lors des législatives du 10 novembre dernier. La colère du peuple s'est transformée en une force puissante, comparable à celle d'un Karcher pour nettoyer ce pays de la cohorte d'incompétents qui nous gouvernait depuis 10 ans. L'héritage du MSM se compare à ces piliers en bois du pont vers l'avenir, infestés de termites, oranges, ce n'est pas une coïncidence, éternellement affamés, extérieurement solides, ces piliers sont en réalité évidés et fragilisés. Ces piliers fragiles reposent sur un chantier en ruine, honteusement masqués par des mensonges à répétition. Ils ont menti de manière répétitive, même ici, dans ce temple de la démocratie. Quelle pitrerie le Premier ministre sortant et son ministre des Finances n'ont-ils pas proféré ici? La dernière en date, je laisse derrière moi une assise solide. C'est à mourir de honte. Je dirais même, c'est à dunker de honte. En voici quelques exemples. Le PIB, produit intérieur brut, a été artificiellement gonflé de 5,6% en 2003 et de 6,5% en 2024. La roupie, notre chère roupie, a perdu 46% de sa valeur face au dollar américain, entraînant une flambée vertigineuse du coût de la vie. L'inflation a obéré le budget des ménages comme jamais auparavant. Les produits essentiels tels que la sardine, manger misère, manger du monde pauvre, nourriture des plus démunis, est passé de 12 roupies à 32 roupies sous le MSM. Une boîte de Glenrick est passée de 42 roupies à 112 roupies. Notre fameux fromage cheddar Kraft est passé de 47 roupies à 101 roupies 40 sous. Enfin, Monsieur le Président, notre cher cône-mouton Watsonia, si par malheur le MSM était resté au pouvoir, croyez-moi, Monsieur le Président, notre cône-mouton aurait dû être acheté non pas au supermarché, mais chez le bijoutier. Les Mauriciens l'auraient rangé non pas dans leur buffet, mais dans l'argentier de leur salon. Le cône-mouton est passé de 72 roupies à 274 roupies 41 sous, soit une augmentation, tenez-vous bien, de 381%. Pour terminer avec ce bal de mensonges du MSM, comment je pouvais faire l'impasse sur ce qu'ils ont fait de la Banque de Maurice? Une abomination. De joyau de notre économie, le MSM a transformé notre banque centrale en planche à billets pour tantôt financer son budget, tantôt remplir sa dette et tantôt la convertir en ATM, guichet automatique, pour distribuer de l'argent aux petits copains de la cuisine tels que Pulse Analytics, l'éternel Maradiva, Ambre et tant d'autres. Ce programme gouvernemental vient rendre ses lettres de noblesse à la Banque centrale, à la Banque de Maurice. Voilà comment le vampire MSM a sucé le sang des ménages mauriciens. Winston Churchill l'avait si bien dit, le courage, c'est d'aller de l'avant malgré la peur. C'est pour cela, Monsieur le Président, qu'il faut saluer l'audace, l'ingéniosité et le courage de ce gouvernement. Un gouvernement intrépide qui, bravant ce chantier de ruine, nous a gratifié d'un programme de gouvernement 2025-2029 qui s'attaque astucieusement, non seulement aux problèmes urgents, mais qui englobe une vision ambitieuse à moyen et long terme. J'aimerais également saluer le leadership de cette alliance. Permettez-moi de préciser, qu'est-ce qu'on n'a pas dit du Premier ministre et du Premier ministre adjoint? On les a traînés dans la boue. Mais nous avons en face de nous deux personnes. Si vous me permettez, l'honorable Béranger, l'un a vaincu un cancer, l'autre a vaincu le Covid. Certes, pour une raison, pour une cause. Et cette cause, justement, c'était pour sauver la patrie, pour sauver ce pays. Il y a un proverbe en Punjabi, mi-Punjabi et hindi, qui dit « Jako rakhe sahya mar sake na koi » Si Dieu est de votre côté, rien ne peut vous arriver. Et c'est justement la voix du peuple, soit la voix de Dieu, qui a fait de l'un le Premier ministre de ce pays et l'autre le Premier ministre adjoint. Monsieur le Président, ce programme de gouvernement est fondé sur une idéologie solide. Il dit la vérité au peuple. Ce n'est pas un assemblage de mesures superficielles, comme l'étaient les deux précédents programmes sous le règne du MSM. Ce programme concerne sérieusement l'avenir des générations à venir. Pour ce débat, je me suis appesanti sur le thème de la prospérité, qui, même si elle n'est pas explicitement mentionnée dans le discours programme, mais en est le cœur. La prospérité, barakat, comme on le dit chez nous à la campagne, c'est la jauge pour évaluer le bonheur, le progrès, la joie et la satisfaction dans le cheminement de la vie. Ce programme vise à rétablir la notion de prospérité qui est si chère. Si vous voulez, vous avez votre permission, si je peux continuer.
Sorry, I have been made to understand that there is an agreement between you, members, that backbenchers will have 10 minutes and the ministers will have 20 minutes. So I don't want to stop you, but please
that is fine.
Try to abide by the agreement that you have reached. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, je terminerai cet exposé en disant qu'on aura réussi à la fin de ce mandat sur tous les plans, mais si on rate, si nous ne gagnons pas la guerre face à cette nébuleuse du trafic de stupéfiants, si nous ne renforçons pas la lutte contre la toxicomanie pour sauver les enfants de notre République, on aura échoué sur tous les plans. Et ce même peuple qui nous porte aujourd'hui dans son cœur, dans son estime, il ne nous le pardonnera jamais. L'on ne peut pas se permettre d'avoir 2 millions de touristes d'un côté et des enfants de la République drogués gisant à même le sol par ici et par là. Dans l'île Maurice moderne et prospère que nous ambitionnons tous de bâtir au gré du travail et au prix de notre sacrifice, l'on ne peut plus continuer avec cette culture d'impunité made by MSM face aux diaboliques trafiquants de drogue aux aguets. Je suis certain, Monsieur le Président, ensemble nous vaincrons. As one people, as one nation.
Thank you. Honourable Joman. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Sir.
Deputy Speaker.
Let me from the very outset thank everyone here for their contribution towards the overwhelming yet anticipated victory in the last general elections. While each of us did contribute to that victory, yet we cannot undermine the fact that the Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party was the architect, firstly in constituting the Alliance du Changement, and secondly in driving us all towards that end. While some were skeptical, he knew what he was doing, and without any hint of doubt, we all believed that he was l'homme de la situation. Monsieur le Président, I would like to thank the leader of the Labour Party, Honourable Navin Ramgoolam, to have given me the opportunity to represent the constituency number 13 and to serve the country. My parents brought me up, you brought me here, and I will be always grateful to you. Of course, my journey from a sugar camp to this august assembly would not have been possible without free education. So I salute Chacha Ramgoolam for the game-changing initiative since the 1970s. Monsieur le Président, we are often told that grand est celui qui se tombe et se relève. My message to the newly elected members, including me, is that when doubts haunt you, when disappointments stare you in the face, and you see not one ray of hope on the horizon, think of the dominaire endured by the leader of the Labour Party, and immediately you will begin to feel stronger in the midst of overwhelming sorrow that you may be. I've never seen someone so brave, bold, and daring. The saying goes, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going, and you are the toughest of all, sir. However, at the same time, this reminds us that nothing is permanent in life. La roue finit par tourner. Mr. the Speaker, I used to tell my students that when we are in a predicament, we need to ask 3 questions. First, where are we now? Second, where we want to be? And third, how do we reach there? So I will stick to this paradigm. Where are we now? I will be neither pessimistic nor optimistic, but rather realistic in saying that never in the history of this country so much harm has been done in so less time. If we go through the Pestel model, politically, economically, socially, technologically, environmentally, and even legally, they have failed lamentablement in all fronts. I don't want to get too technical, but the document State of the Economy, published on the 10th of December 2024 and presented by the Prime Minister, gave a true picture of where are we now. Mismanagement of the economic affairs of the country, like never before, led to low economic growth, the weakest rupee ever against the USD, and trade deficit stood very high. Inflation peaked, fueled by the continuous depreciation of the rupee vis-à-vis the USD. Regarding unemployment, there's a mismatch between the competencies and job vacancies, with a serious problem of underemployment and disguised unemployment. Where are we now, Monsieur le Président? As at last year, the public sector debt stood at nearly 560 billion, representing approximately 84% of our GDP. This means that we are living beyond our means. In other words, we are living dangerously. This is the legacy of the previous government upon us, our children, and yet to be born ones. The MSM-led government favored politically congruent policies over economically correct one, and this was a perfect recipe for their failure. Monsieur le Président, le comble dans tout ça, c'est qu'ils osent dire à Côte-Mon fouté, the most infamous phrase in the Mauritian context. À Côte-Mon fouté, I just hope that they are listening to us. You failed by the postponement of municipal elections, killing democracy and instilling a culture of despotism. We just witnessed the Moustache League under your government, and this boomerang upon themselves. You failed by allowing the rupee to depreciate, prices to rise, not reducing petrol prices even though there was public outcry. You failed by dilapidating public's money and the reserve of the central bank. Pour reprendre la phrase du DPM, Honourable Paul Béranger, ils sont partis avec la caisse. And you say, à côté d'une faute. You failed to ensure regular water supply. You promised 24/7, not us. You failed to prevent flooding even though billions of public money spent on drains. You failed to give house even though you promised 8,000 houses to the poor. And you dare to say, à côté d'une faute. They failed in the case of Wakasho, which was an environmental disaster. They failed during COVID-19, where they made millions of money on the back of a helpless population with the infamous scandals of Pack and Blister, Mulnupiravir, Hyperform, to mention a few. Monsieur le Président, they failed to casse les reins, mafia, la drogue. Instead, more drugs were entering the country than ever before. They failed to restore law and order and to get the trust and confidence of the population. Instead, people started to mistrust the very institution which is there to protect them, the police force. Surtout les striking team, which instilled a climat de terror in the country. They failed because of the mismanagement. Many public bodies and institutions end up in precarious financial situations. I will mention STC, CEB, Metro, CWA, Air Mauritius, Casino of Mauritius. I remember once the former Prime Minister said it is the only country in the world where casinos are making losses, and they did make loss for the last 10 years. Monsieur le Président, on ne peut pas oublier les cas de Betamax, BAI, Neotan, Patel Engineering, Silverbank, and même la State Bank. All these will cost billions of public money, and you are all aware there's no such thing as state money. There's only public's money. It is our money that they have dilapidated. They failed because they did everything to kill horse racing in Mauritius, kill the MTC, and protect their biggest stakeholder, which is known to everyone. Monsieur le Président, never in the history of this country so much harm has been done to the educational sector in so less time. It's a pity today to see what they have done to free education, which was the greatest gift from SSR to this nation. With extended program, where less than 4%, yes, 4 out of 100 only made it to the mainstream. On one hand, we have academies and co-education. On the other hand, we have regional schools where there is only boys or girls. We are indeed in a real mess. Le Collège Royal de Quebec, de Port-Louis, le QIC ou le Collège Dr Maurice Curé, jadis une fierté, sont aujourd'hui méconnaissables. Monsieur le Président, due to time constraint, I know it is not possible to go through all the tasks of the previous government. Like Honourable, my good friend, Rajesh Bhagwan, whimsically said that they will have to move around with helmets to protect themselves. But my friend, let me tell you, Mauritians are nice people. They will not throw stones. Instead, the Mauritians did extraordinary things in an extraordinary way, where they all went out with their pen, s'il vous plaît, and sanctioned the previous government. It is commonly said that in politics, you can fool some of the people all the time. All the people some of the time. But you can't fool all the people all the time. So the writings on the wall, and this is what happened. Heureusement pour nous, Monsieur le Premier ministre, grâce à vos efforts ces derniers temps, que Moody's a donné la note Baa3, investment grade, mais bien sûr avec des avertissements. Where do we want to go? This is spelled out in the government program 2025-2029, a bridge to the future. A cursory glance at the document will give an idea of the new economic model and new social order we are planning to have in order to shape a new destiny for our country. It's there for everyone who wants to consult, and it has already been scrutinized by my colleagues. It is very concise and limits itself to the essential. It could not have been better given the precarious state of the economy. Monsieur le Président, where we want to go. Business as usual is no more an option. Only fools expect different results by doing more of the same. We are not foolish. The fools have been collected, pour reprendre ce que le loudspeaker avait dit. Collect this man. The fools have been collected and taken, as my friend just said, to massacres. And 2 months before, the loudspeaker went there 2 months before to inspect massacres. And today he's a CIADA there inspecting these. What we need, Monsieur le Président, je vais terminer. We need an independent central bank with clear monetary policy objectives and economic imperatives. Not the one like under the previous government, which was at the mercy of the Minister of Finance. We need diversification, diversification, and diversification. This is the way forward. We need a right balance between equity and efficiency. Pay rises are very important, but people must be encouraged to earn their income. They have to be productivity-based. We have to promote productivity and not passivity. To prevent brain drain, la méritocratie doit primer. We must get rid of nepotism and put the right man in the right place, such as for the Speaker, for the Deputy Speaker, the Attorney-General, the Governor of the Central Bank, to mention a few. Procurement and tender exercises have to be made more transparent. Use of information technology can be very useful. Education is a key to success. We can say that it is now in safe hands. However, the present system is doing more harm than good. We need a gradual phasing out of the academies in their present form. Either co-education is good or is bad. We need uniformity for all colleges, not two systems within the same system. While we are in favor of free credits to promote to the HSC, yet we must not kill elitism, which holds our future. We cannot do without discipline, discipline, and discipline. Yes, Monsieur le Président. Fostering a positive environment in schools, creating safe, inclusive, supportive, and fair school climates calls for maintaining a high level of discipline both inside and outside schools. It has never been so good. It has never been so good to be young as it is today. Youngsters never had it so good, yet they are making a misuse of the internet, mobile phones, and social media. Monsieur le Président, je vais terminer. On ne peut pas être enceinte à moitié. Soit on est, soit on n'est pas. We cannot stay on the fence. We cannot play safe. We need bold, firm actions against indiscipline and the use of mobile phones in school premises.
Okay.
Je vais terminer. Je voudrais faire un petit remarque. During our school days, we were given a bread, cheese, milk, and dried fruits. Today, our kids are only served a pain sec. This is a food for thought for everyone. I'm just asking, whether it's not high time to give a full meal only to those in need? If we know it really, if we mean what is inclusion, we want to move from social exclusion to social integration.
Okay, I'll give you another 30 seconds.
I conclude, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
So to conclude,
1 second.
to conclude, I don't believe in half full or half empty glasses theories. I believe in either full or empty glasses. The previous government emptied our glasses to the lease. Our government, and particularly our Prime Minister, has the daunting task of filling them so that the people of this country live a fulfilling life, I would even say fulfilling days. The purpose of this government, which has been massively supported by the people, is to be a government full of purpose for the people. I would reiterate what my friends said, let Mauritius be Mauritius again. Long live Mauritius. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Narsinghan, you have the floor.
Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, first of all, I would like to thank the people of Mauritius especially the voters of number 13 for their trust and support. At the same time, I would like to thank the Prime Minister, the leader of the Labour Party, Honourable Navin Ramgoolam, for his unwavering trust, and the leaders of the l'Alliance de Changement, especially Mr. Honourable Paul-Raymond Béranger, but also Mr. Richard Duval and Ashok Soubron, for their team spirit and commitment, and also all the MPs and multiple collaborators who helped us during the electoral campaign. My thanks go also to my family, especially my wife, and my late father, who was more passionate than me for politics. We all have here, all the members of Parliament, supporting this government. We have been able to emancipate Mauritius following the unprecedented state capture. So this evening, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, I will focus on two important points. One is on democracy, human rights, and the second point, if I have time, on economic diplomacy. So at the same time, let me remind everybody that a landslide victory of 60-0 places more responsibility and pressure on all the members, and especially on the two charismatic leaders, historic leaders, Honourable Navin Ramgoolam, Prime Minister, and the Deputy Prime Minister, Honourable Mr. Paul Béranger. As for me, this evening, it is with an unwavering sense of duty. The sense of duty is very important that I address you today. And in fact, our nation stands at historic crossroads where the echoes of the past, we have to understand the past as Honourable Mohammed did, but also the imperatives of the present and the boundless potential of the future, how all this would merge to forge a transformative destiny. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, the people of Mauritius have spoken with clarity and conviction, and trusting this government with an unequivocal mandate to initiate courageous reforms that will shape a prosperous, just, and resilient society. When MPs are elected, when people are elected, they should not only think about sticking to power. We have to take bold measures to bring the reforms. After the 10th of November, the newly elected members, spearheaded by the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister and other ministers, have in fact a tryst with destiny. Yes, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, a tryst with destiny. So we cannot disappoint the people. It is very important for all the members here present to remember that we cannot disappoint the people. So looking at the first 64 days of the new era, we can feel that the people can breathe the fresh air of liberty, and liberty is very, very important. The presidential address is one of the best. The address reflects what we have in the political manifesto. And this is very important, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that we cannot fool the people. We had a political manifesto, and we have been able to transform what is found in the political manifesto in the presidential address. So, first of all, I would like to comment briefly on parliamentarian democracy. So what we are seeing today, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, the way you are conducting the debate, the way the Speaker has been conducting the debate is a lesson. We have learned the outstanding work done by people, other speakers like Sir Aril Al-Bakji, Sir Kailas Proyag, and so many others. But unfortunately, at one time, from 2014 to 2024, this August Parliament was transformed into a sort of boxing ring. And today, it is really an august assembly, National Assembly. Unfortunately, at the same time, the previous regime did not understand that the Constitution is supreme. And once elected, there is a sort of constitutional right to remain an MP, and the standing orders, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, cannot prevail over the Constitution. We witnessed the abusive naming of so many MPs, like Honourable Paul Béranger, like Honourable Joanna Béranger, Honourable Boulel, Honourable Shakil Mohamed, and so many others, and also Honourable Patrika Siavaden. And in fact, our Parliament lived one of its bleakest periods. I hammer on that, one of its bleakest periods in history. So therefore, what I propose, we must revisit Section 32 of the Constitution, but also not only Section 32 of the Constitution, but also the standing orders of the National Assembly, to avoid such abuse which took place from 2014 to 2024. J'ai jamais vu such type of abuse. So this time, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, and also addressed to Madam the Speaker, your benevolent leadership, and also characterized by neutrality, impartiality, and the composure of both you, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, and Madam the Speaker, has given back the prestige to our Parliament. And hopefully, our people will be proud of your speakership, both for you and Madam the Speaker. Now, let me just refer to the sort of dictatorship where the previous government took us. For the past decade, our nation has faced significant setbacks in democracy, human rights, governance, and unfortunately, institutions meant to safeguard justice and equity were weakened, allowing political interference to erode public trust. Transparency was compromised, and the fundamental rights of our people were challenged. The independence of key institutions, including the judiciary, and I lay emphasis on this, regulatory bodies, because it is important to make a clear distinction between regulatory bodies and normal parastatal bodies, was severely undermined, affecting governance and accountability. And citizens face increasing restrictions on their right to privacy, with intrusive surveillance policies, as explained by the Prime Minister this morning. And also there was possible sniffing, which breached the fundamental freedoms of our citizens. We cannot forget the attempt to undermine the role of the DPP. And the amendments which were brought to the IBA and the ICTA are still fresh in the minds of the people. The freedom of expressions of citizens were jeopardized, just to mention a few among the multiple breaches of democracy and human rights by the previous regime. Planting of drugs, also, don't forget, was used to quell some members of the opposition and members of civil society. So let us hope now that the police and the judiciary will shed light, just like in the case of Kisnan, people want justice to be done. Rating agencies, don't forget, and international agencies on human rights, like VEDEM, Reporters Sans Frontières, Mo Ibrahim, the State Department of US, etc., downgraded Mauritius. And Paradise Island, once a cradle of democracy, became a dictatorship led by Mr. Pravin Jagnnath and the MSN. Now, what can we do to remedy the situation? In his presidential address, the President has proposed to set up the commission, a constitutional commission. And here it is important to understand why is it important to set up a commission, because government itself cannot be in a situation of conflict of interest. So it would be good to have an independent commission with independent experts and possibly with some members from this House which will form part of that important commission. At the same time, we must not reinvent the wheels, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir. In fact, the proposal of what came out from the MMM, Labour MMM in 2014 was not bad, and in fact we can polish up to improve it. Other informal groups, like the one led by Mr. Jacques Bislal, Dr. Milan Mitaban, Les Joseph Sanwankin, Jocelyn Chanlao, Mr. Larida and myself has come up with interesting proposals, and so has Resistance and Alternative. So, now, Mr. the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, sir, let me speak briefly about the need
You have only 1 minute.
1 minute, okay. So let me speak briefly about the importance of electing a president. New way of electing a president, it is very important. So because we are in the context of a parliamentarian democracy. We are not in the context of a semi-presidential or presidential regime. So therefore, having a broad electoral college is important because the president cannot be a stooge person of the executive. So it is important to allow the president to be elected on the basis of a broad electoral college. The Deputy Speaker, it is also important to reform the electoral system. But let me remind you here, let me remind our members that, yes, I have criticized the BLS system, but if we want to reform, we have to know how to subsume the BLS system into the new reform which we are going to propose. Now, last point, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to comment on human rights and so many other things, but due to the constraint of time,
You will have an opportunity.
I just want to mention about local democracy. It is important to come up with reforms, to amend the Constitution, and to make sure that no government can postpone elections. But referring to local democracy, I just want to highlight also, we have to ensure that democracy, local democracy means that all constituencies are treated in the same way. Equitable treatment is important because in a way I have to say quite frankly that the South, including constituency number 11, 12, 13 and 14, have been to coin the phrase of Frantz Fanon, they have been the sort of damnés de la terre, the wretched of the earth. So I make a special appeal to all the ministers and all the parliamentarians to make sure that there is a sort of equitable distribution in terms of infrastructural development for the distribution of jobs and other types of permits, of course, on the basis of merit, on the basis of qualifications and experience. So this is very important. My last point, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, just to as my conclusion. My conclusion is that we have witnessed a sort of Arab Spring, quiet, no violence. So we cannot betray the people. We have to work and work and work with dedication. This is very important. And also we have to govern with humility, compassion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Pencha. You have 20 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, sir, it is indeed a singular honor for me to stand before this House today, deliver my first speech in the context of the government program 2025-2029 as elected member of the National Assembly for the constituency number 7, Piton-Rivière-du-Rempart, following, as my honourable friends have said earlier on, the landslide victory of Alliance du Changement. This resounding vote Vox Populi clearly demonstrate that indeed the voice of God is loud and clear for our country to be governed by a responsible and honest class of politicians, and this government shall indeed serve the people of the country in the manner and with the respect it deserves. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me please at the very outset congratulate Madam the Speaker and yourself, Deputy Speaker, sir, for your election as Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, and reiterate the trust that has been placed upon your capable shoulders to conduct the affairs of this august Assembly with fairness and within the procedures of the standing orders. I also wish to very highly acclaim the Leader of the House, our Prime Minister, for his personal achievement, as well as his resilience in the face of significant challenges. And have I witnessed some personally. Displaying the word I chose, Deputy Speaker, sir, indomitable as a lion. But then again, the computer refused it. It gave me indomitable spirit that has allowed him to continue leading with both his strength and vision. His tenacity to persevere during difficult times, which we have all witnessed in the hands of the previous government, and his ability to remain resolute even in the most dire circumstances, is an inspiration for us all. Through his leadership, he has shown that with determination and perseverance, even the greatest obstacles can be surmounted. Furthermore, Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to join in to also extend my heartfelt gratitude to our valued partners of the Alliance du Changement. The MMM, Mouvement Militant Mauricien, led by Honourable Deputy Prime Minister Paul Béranger, emblématique en son nom, en sa capacité et en ce qu'il a fait pour le pays et sa contribution. The Nouveau Démocrate and comrades of resistance et alternative for the support to this shared vision. Last, but certainly, Deputy Speaker, sir, not least, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the people of my constituency, number 7, Piton-Rivière du Rempart, for the trust and confidence in me for believing in my conviction. Their unwavering support is a driving force behind my commitment to serve them with dedication and integrity. I also wish to extend my sincere thanks to my two esteemed colleagues in this journey, whose collaboration and partnership have been invaluable. Together, we'll work tirelessly to ensure the progress and well-being of our constituency. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Government Programme 2020, 2025, 2029, A Bridge to the Future, as presented by His Excellency the President of the Republic, contains all the essential ingredients to redress our country, especially after having suffered under the dictatorship of unpatriotic political leaders for over a decade. The measures announced reflect the philosophy along which this elected government is determined to give a renewed dynamism to the way the affairs of our country will be conducted. Deputy Speaker, sir, I quote, "The rate of criminality of a country is nothing else but an indication of its economy in crisis." End of quote. Fidel Castro. First and foremost, Deputy Speaker, sir, this government is firmly committed to redress the economy of our country with clear, sharp, expert economic measures, while at the same time ensuring the constitutional powers of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions in order to foster effective measures to address issues of criminality. Deputy Speaker, sir, drug is one of such a major issue. To merely say that the scourge of drugs has reached uncontrollable limits would be an understatement. Monsieur le Président, avec le gouvernement précédent, les dealers sont devenus des barons et ont eux aussi bénéficié de promotions. Deputy Speaker, sir, what have we not seen? Que Dieu nous protège pour que nous ne voyions plus les barons des drogues voyager en classe business aux frais du peuple. Pour que nous ne voyions plus les barons de la drogue prendre le lac sacré en otage. Et gare aux gens avec la responsabilité ministérielle qui ont saccagé la sainteté du Gangatalao au vu et au su des dirigeants du pays d'alors. Les bonhommes s'est tapé l'estomac en se disant que c'est son gouvernement qui avait institué une commission d'enquête sur la drogue. Et à la surprise, comme a dit le DPM de son impératrice et lui-même, les doigts ont été pointés vers lui, son gouvernement, son entourage et surtout son supplier de camarons et bretzons. Deputy Speaker, sir, what have we not seen? From tractopelle to gas cylinders and wakasho with fishmongers traveling in police helicopter, while families have suffered, kids have died, youngsters derailed while filling custodial centers with victims consuming a panoply of substances supplied by unscrupulous scourge of drugs walking free. Beware, this government is coming for you. Deputy Speaker, sir, Natreza, recklessly dismantled by the previous government, will rise from its ashes, and the committee managing the new Natreza will be carefully chosen by no one else than the Prime Minister himself. The concern of this government is to go towards people suffering from addiction, to cater for them through proper and effective rehabilitation programs, and to ensure effective reinsertion in the bosom of their families and in the society. This is a program of a responsible government. Deputy Speaker, sir, while the police force will be valued and properly equipped, there will be transparent recruitment, training and promotion procedures, thereby ensuring competence, fairness, and confidence in the police force, which should get the respect it deserves, as it stands to protect our children, our elders, our families, entre autres, the people of our country. The police force will be equipped with modern technologies, proper legal framework, and the Police and Criminal Evidence Bill is going to be a reality in the hands of this Prime Minister and leader of this House. Deputy Speaker, sir, our country's progress since independence has long been driven by the indelible contribution of our public officers. Their individual and collective contributions have steadily driven us forward on the path towards prosperity and social justice over decades. However, our public service needs to move towards embracing a modern, adaptive leadership style that fosters innovation, collaboration, and responsiveness to the needs of the people, as per the bold measures announced in the government program, which clearly set out unprecedented administrative reforms. We are indeed living in an era of unmatched technological advancements and complex global challenges that have a tremendous impact on everyday facets of our lives. Our public service must evolve to meet the aspirations of our population, which demands round-the-clock, people-centric services, greater transparency, efficiency, and accountability. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to transforming the public sector into a responsive, transparent, and people-centric institution that serves as a bedrock to spearhead the audacious reforms outlined in the government program, such that the public service position itself as a driver of national progress. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the heart of this transformation is the Public Sector Reforms Bill, which my ministry will spearhead. This landmark bill reflects the government's dedication to modernizing the public service, fostering good governance, transparency, and ensuring accountability at all levels. It is a bold step forward, providing a comprehensive framework to guide reform initiatives and lay the foundation for a future-ready public sector. The bill will lay emphasis on regulatory oversight, give legal status to key documents, and introduce mechanisms to ensure statutory compliance with reforms and transformation initiatives. My ministry will no longer simply make recommendations for changes. We will now have the statutory authority to enforce them, ensuring reforms are implemented consistently and effectively across all public institutions. Deputy Speaker, sir, under the previous government led by the MSM, we saw a systematic and systemic pattern of discrimination. Doors to employment and contracts, whatnot, were wide open for Nuban, while for Banla, the doors remained firmly shut, regardless of the competence or experience. This inequality became even more glaring when those already in employment, often Banla, were subjected to harassment, victimization, and unfair dismissal. One particularly troubling example from November 2015 was a recruitment of 10 doctors who had close ties with government members. Who knows not the case of Dr. Vijay, a PhD holder in economics with extensive lecturing experience at the MIE, who was unjustly denied a position despite a favorable court verdict. Deputy Speaker, sir, this is just a few of many instances where merit was sidelined in favor of political favoritism, further eroding the public's trust in our institutions. It is my duty to also point out that the previous irresponsible government violated all principles of ethics and good governance. Monsieur le Président, les gouvernements précédents a osé recruter et donner des promotions que quelques jours avant les rites d'élection d'octobre 2024, à pas moins de 426 personnes qui ont été recrutées dans les services publics ou promues pendant la période clairement indiquée par des circulaires du PSI, LGSI et DFSI que toute décision devait être gelée en ce sens. This can no more continue. The people has spoken and overtly shown that it demands changement. This government will respond to the demands of the people. What the people want is simple. A government that listens. A government that acts in the best interest of all its people. A government with courage, competence, and conviction. Monsieur le Président, et certainement le peuple, a dit non au petit bonhomme, souvent référé à juste titre comme Pinocchio. The desire for change is not just a call for new leadership. It's a call for a return to fairness, transparency, and equal opportunity, which this government has set as its mission statement in its program as enunciated by His Excellency, the President of our country. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is worth noting that the existing performance management system, the PMS as we call it, in the public sector, framework will be reviewed and aligned to reflect the new vision of government for an effective and efficient public sector. In line with this philosophy, a more holistic approach towards performance management in the public sector will be adopted, where focus will be on both individual and organizational performance. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, a new training institute will be operational in the days to come to cater for training and capacity and capability building. The institute will provide quality training tailored to the needs and requirements of public officers serving the people of our country. The mot d'ordre at the center of it, serving the nation. The institute will be a state-of-the-art infrastructure equipped with modern facilities and will evolve and serve as a regional center of excellence. It will operate with a strategic plan conceived and constituted from expert inputs, both from our country and from abroad, while linkages are being developed and encouraged with international institutions from India, United Kingdom, Singapore, Malaysia, Rwanda, to name only a few. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, restoring trust in public institutions is one of the greatest challenges we face. Over the years, there has been quasi-complete erosion of trust, fueled by inefficiency, lack of transparency, and unequal opportunities. This government, Deputy Speaker, sir, is committed to addressing these issues head-on to enable our institutions to function to the optimum. Furthermore, as Minister of Public Service and Administrative Reforms, I am committed to ensuring that these reforms are implemented effectively and that they deliver tangible benefits for both public officers and the people of our country. Let us embrace this opportunity to make a difference. Let us commit to upholding the values of transparency, fairness, and integrity in all that we do. Together, we can lay the foundation for a brighter, more prosperous future for our country. As we move forward with confidence, Deputy Speaker, sir, let us work together, united in purpose, to transform our civil service into a beacon of trust, innovation, and service-centered institution that inspires and meets the aspirations of generations to come. Deputy Speaker, sir, long live Mauritius, in peace, justice, and liberty. I thank you.
Honourable Members, the Speaker will now take over the chair.
Yes, Madam.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. Madam Speaker, honorable members, before I begin with my speech, first of all, I would like to express my heartfelt congratulations to Madam Speaker and the Deputy Speaker for the nomination. I will also like to express my sincere gratitude to the Honourable Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, my leaders, Honourable Kushal Lobin and Honourable Richard Duval, for the trust they place in me. This is the stark contrast with what I was made to endure by the leader of the PMSD. He had a problem with my background. He had a problem with my accent. But look at the turn of the history. This traitor has been dismantled politically and thrown out by Mauritians. And today I stand before this august assembly, representing my city, Cas-Noyal, and I'm very proud of my roots. For this, I'm grateful. For this, I'm grateful to the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister who defend me and trust me. It is both an honor and privilege to serve under their leadership, and I'm fully committed to fulfill my responsibilities with dedication and integrity. I stand before this House today as the elected representative of constituency number 14. Constituency number 14 that has been for too long been marginalized, ignored, and used as political pawn by certain individuals who only sought personal gain. But today, after 10 years of repression and stagnation, the Mauritians have regained control of their country. They have placed their trust in this government and have great expectation in their government. Under the previous administration, Mauritius was left in ruins. However, the government program 2025-2029 is bringing new hope and real solution to many long-standing issues that have affected our people. Madam Speaker, on the biggest struggles in my constituency, one of the biggest struggles in my constituency is housing. Too many families are living in poor conditions without access to basic infrastructure. Honourable Shakil Mohammed has already announced plans for NSLD housing, and I'm confident that these homes will be built with proper facilities, unlike what happened in the past. Madam Speaker, it is deeply shameful and unacceptable that in 2025, families in my constituency are still living without access to basic necessities such as water and electricity. For example, the inhabitant of Cotorafin. This is not just an oversight, it is a betrayal of trust. The leader of the opposition, Honourable Judo is well aware of this situation, as he was personally involved in helping these families to obtain their plots of land. But yet, when he assumed the position of the Minister of Public Utilities, he failed to fulfill the promise and made to provide to them with access of water and electricity. How can we allow people to be used for political gain? This must stop, Madam Speaker. Our role is to serve the people, not to exploit their vulnerabilities for short-term political advantage. In some areas, children have to walk 3 to 4 kilometers just to catch a bus to go to school. This is unacceptable. I sincerely thank Honourable Minister Osman Mohamed for acting quickly. Within just 3 months, he is providing a temporary solution while a long-term plan is being developed. Yet, this same constituency where one man ruled for 40 years, the former king of 14, and even served as the Minister of Transport, but did nothing to fix the issues. Healthcare remains a major concern in my constituency. With lack of proper healthcare facilities, ambulances in the locality, I want to thank Honourable Anil Bechu, who is working tirelessly to improve healthcare services, not only in my constituency, but across the island. I'm sure he will bring real solution for this problem. Madam Speaker, for years, the previous government undermined democracy. One of the most worst injustices was cancelling municipal elections, taking away the right of citizens to vote for their local representatives. But this government is restoring the democracy. As part of the government program 2025-2029, a new law will guarantee the municipal and district council elections are held on time, so that no government can again violate fundamental rights. And yet, Honourable Adrien dare question municipal elections, even though he stood by and watched as the previous government destroyed the democracy. Worst, councillors of his party are still sitting in municipal council, yet they have been completely silent since the general election. Where is their voice now? Let me be clear. In just a few months, people will have their say, and they will send a strong message through the ballot box. I also want to congratulate Honourable Minister Wichit and his junior minister, Honourable Fauzi Aluman, who is bringing reforms to local government to stop the abuse of the power that was happening before. During the previous government, civil servants were pressured, either sign the documents or get transferred. Some resisted and they paid a heavy price. And I want to publicly thank Madame Boudjouari, my former deputy CEO. When I was president at the Black River District Council, she stood by her principles and dared to report Alan Ganou to the police for organizing an illegal concert. Artists were being denied permits to perform at the cost of her job's position. And yes, she got transferred for this action. Where is Alan Ganou today? In the dustbin of history. This is karma. Madam Speaker, I have always fought for the rights of artists. Today, I'm honored and grateful to the Dr. Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Kushal Lobin for entrusting me with the position of Junior Minister for Arts and Culture. This is a vast and important ministry, and I'm privileged to work alongside with Honorable Mahengondia to restore the dignity of the Ministry of Arts and Culture. Under this government, the arts and culture sector is being strengthened like never before. We are removing bureaucratic delays and creating a streamlined system to make it easier for artists to organize events. For the first time, artists will have official recognition, allowing them to access funding, social security, and professional opportunities, making cultural spaces more accessible, promoting local talent, and ensuring that our artistic heritage is preserved and celebrated. I also want to thank the members of the Resistance et Alternative who have been strong supporters for art and culture sector and continue to stand by these government initiatives. This government is not working in silos. We are collaborating across ministries to bring real, impactful changes. I want to thank the Ministry of Agro-Industry, the Ministry of Environment, and the Ministry of Tourism, who have been key players in the Ilo Beniche project. I extend a special thanks to my colleagues, Honourable Richard Duval, Honourable Joanna Béranger, and Honourable Fabrice David, as well as the President of the Black River District Council and councillors who have all worked together to the access the situation on the ground, to assess the situation on the ground, sorry. Invest in sustainable development to reduce long-term environmental risk. Along with my two esteemed colleagues, Honourable Jagannath and Honourable Babaji, we will continue to press for real solutions in our constituency. Madam Speaker, gone are the days of a government that ignores the struggles of the people. Today we have government that listen and act and delivers results. The government program 2025-2029 is not just a vision. It is a committed to change. And to those who still defend the corrupt, oppressive past, let me remind you, Mauritians, remember. They remember the censorship, the erased documents, and the injustice they endured. But today we have a government that truly represents the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Junior Minister. Minister Boulel.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move for adjournment of debate.
Thank you. The needs to be seconded as usual. I have many seconded. Okay, the question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes?
Adjournment.
Non, c'est bon?
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Friday, the 7th of February, 2025 at 3 p.m.
Friday, the
7th.
7th of February at 3 p.m. Okay, the question is that the House be adjourned to Friday, the 7th of February at 3 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The House stands adjourned. Adjournment matters. We're not forcing anybody. Yes, Mr. Francois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The issue I'm raising tonight, again, is with regards to represent non-availability of seats on a Mauritius prevailing on Rodrigues, Mauritius route, addressed to the Honourable Prime Minister. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, I spent the whole day from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. with so many other citizens at Penkowa Airport, trying to secure a seat to attend my parliamentary duties on time today. Finally, the personnel there this morning, and I don't know what acoustic, have been able to uplift me to reach Parliament late. I have to say I appreciate and thank them for their valuable efforts despite situations that are beyond their control. May I again request the Honourable Prime Minister, through his good office, to request Air Mauritius to review and increase its flight schedule on the Rodrigues Mauritius route, especially during weekends, on Fridays and Mondays, and alternate weekdays. Actuellement, c'est un calvaire, Monsieur le Premier ministre, pour nombre de voyageurs qui souhaitent voyager, laqués partout. This should no longer be allowed to continue. And in the same breath, allow me, Madam Speaker, may I request government, through the Prime Minister's Office, Rodrigues, and the Ministry of Shipping, to also reconsider and plan for the availability of passenger seats by sea on the MV Mauritius Tokisha, especially during coming school holidays period. I thank you.
I will certainly look into the matter. It's a good sign that more...
It's a good thing he managed to come today.
Yeah, and I thank the personnel there.
Yes, yes, please.
I have a request to the Honourable Minister of Technology. If you could urge the telecommunication companies to please ensure that there is a mobile network in the locality of Salazie, Pont-Bon-Dieu till Nouvelle Découverte, because this road is being used by lots of people who work from constituency 9 to and travel to Eben to work. And very often there is no network, and in the absence of network, very often they have issues when they have breakdown of their vehicles, and it's very often dangerous for them to stay there without network. And it also extends till La Nicolière, where the people from the north, constituency number 7, constituency number 6, use that road very frequently to travel to Eben and to the center of the island. Thank you.
Honourable Bichuk, thank you for the note. We are aware of this problem. We are also aware of the fact that there has been an increase in the density of traffic through that road from Pobonjo to Salazie, and we have already taken up the matter with the key suppliers of network across the island. Thank you.
Thank you.